Hello everyone, hope you are doing well. Welcome to Excel for Data Analytics, and this is the best lecture for you if you are looking for Excel for Data Analytics. This is the latest course that I have created. Each and everything is there on channel. This course is available in parts also. This course is available in 10 days challenge also, and this is one shot full course that we are going to see here. So if you are looking for Excel course, this course will be important because in this course you will get to know about all the important functions, formulas, charts. Even though I have covered some important functions like how you can use ChatGPT in Excel, plus how you can solve statistics in Excel. So this is from beginner to advanced. All the students can master Excel by using this course. So this whole course is structured in such a that it is available in 4K. Second, whatever concept I explain, it is explained on PPT plus practically with 2 examples. You can download the PPT file, you can download the practice Excel sheet where you can practice each and every concept. Okay, so this course is constructed in 10 phases where you will get to know about 10 lectures or lessons, and you can download each and every PPT and the Excel sheet from the description. You can just go there, you can see what lesson you are learning, and from going there you can download the PPT and Excel to practice it. Okay, so I hope you will understood each and everything. This course will be very helpful to you master your Excel for data analytics. Okay, so let's get started. But before going to the main course, let me tell you, if you are interested in data analytics, this channel will provide you each and everything about data analytics. Whether you are looking for free courses, whether you are looking for free courses with certificate, whether you want to look for any roadmap, job roadmap, or you are looking for any career guidance video, all these things are available on this channel. All videos are available in Hindi as well as in English. You can go and check it out. So before going on, don't forget to subscribe this channel and please like this video so that you will get the notifications. Okay, so let's get started. Hello everyone, welcome to the first lecture. In this lecture we are going to explore our first powerful tool which is widely used by data analysts to analyze the data, and the name is Microsoft Excel. If you know about Excel, then it's good, but in this lecture we are going to explore the dashboard of Excel. In Excel, if you know about this, there will be one dashboard. So in this lecture we are going to see whatever options are there in Excel dashboard. Now if you know about Excel, then well and good, where you will find lots of options, lots of tools which you will use in your data analyst journey. As a data analyst, it is very important to understand each and everything about that tool. For that, we are going to dedicate this lecture, as well as we'll learn few basic formulas related to Excel from sum, average and other formulas. Now, if you are excited, please hit like a button and let's start with our lecture. So guys, today we are going to learn about Excel, and in Excel we are going to learn what kind of options are there in Excel dashboard. Now what is Excel dashboard? If you can see the sheet, then this is your Excel dashboard. Let me highlight you with the pencil. So yeah, so this is the dashboard I am talking about. This whole thing is your dashboard. Okay. Now let me tell you, right now I am using a web version of this Excel sheet. These are not Windows Excel sheets. Obviously everything is same, but the difference between your offline sheets and online sheets, say online sheets you can share anywhere. So basically these online sheets are very versatile. You can connect these sheets with each other, as well as you can easily share this sheet with anyone. If you can see here, the share option is there, right? You can share this sheet easily. Same thing you will find in your Google Sheet. In Google Sheet also you can easily share the sheet with the people. Okay, so yeah, these are the benefits of online Google Sheet or Excel sheets. So yeah, we are going to learn this. Apart from that, if you want to go for offline, everything is same, nothing is changed, only this share option you will not find over there. Okay, so yeah, this is the only difference, but yeah, we'll learn each and everything. These you can also like access. These are free. If you can see, is asking me to buy Microsoft 365. I don't have Microsoft 365 subscription, but yeah, you can use this sheet free of cost. Up to 5 GB you can use. So OneDrive is having free thing which is up to 5 GB. Up to 5 GB you can store anything, maybe it's Excel sheet or your PPTs. So we are going to utilize that 5 GB for our sheets. Okay, so this is the basic introduction of Microsoft Excel. You can use Google Sheets also. Usually few companies are using Google Sheets, few companies are using Microsoft Excel, but where I'm especially in startups you'll find Google Sheet. Let's take an example. For example, if in future if you work for Google, then definitely Google will use their Google Sheets only. Okay, they will not use for Microsoft Excel. Okay, in last data analytics course I have taught each and everything on Google Sheets. So people told me 90% of companies are not using Google Sheets, but that's not the case. 50% of people using Google Sheets, 50% of people using Excel. So yeah, definitely we'll learn both things. One more thing, Google Sheet and Excel sheets are almost same. So let's start with our first point, which is your copy paste thing. If you can see this, okay, this is your copy paste option and this come under home. Now let's understand this. This paste option is there. Okay, you can see here paste option is there. So let's understand this paste. Paste option is very simple. There are multiple things. This is value only, formulas only, formatting only, link to resource, keep source column with weights, transpose rows and columns. So let's take an example. First of all, copy paste is, if you know, it's very simple. You want to copy this table, then you are doing Control plus C. If you are using MacBook, then it's Command plus C. And here either you just select this, either you press on this button which is paste, your column will be there. So for that you need to allow your browser and it will copy paste it. Okay, one more simple thing is Control Z. If you put Control Z, your whatever it will be there, it will get undo. So this is undo button and this is redo button. I don't think so you need to I need to explain these things to you. Okay, now let's understand very important thing about copy paste. So in Excel or Google Sheet, if you want to like copy paste this in horizontal sheet, let's take an example. See here, you can add extra sheet. If you want to like add something, you just click here on plus icon and your extra sheet will be here. Yeah, so here if you double click on this and if you paste special, you can click a transpose rows and columns. So if you click on this, then you will transpose your column. So for example, here it was in vertical format and now it's in horizontal format. Let's, for example, this is in horizontal format and you want in vertical format, just click on double click here, you will get paste special option and transport row or column. So this is row, you are converting into a column. Okay, if you want to convert column into row, then just copy your column and go in special and just transpose your row and column. Okay, so this is a basic thing which is present in copy pasting. Now let's understand one more thing. For example, I'll teach you this formula later, but let's understand this. For example, if I want to this is the summation means I added these numbers to one value. This is the sum of this value. Okay, now if I want to copy paste this thing here, okay, so I'm copy pasting, Control C, Control V. This is now the value has changed. Okay, so whenever you want to copy your answer only, then you just copy it. Okay, and while pasting it, just go to paste special and click on values. Okay, now what is the difference between this value and this value? Here you can see now just focus on this portion. Okay, here whatever I am clicking here, let's, for example, here I am clicking on this value, so it is showing you, what is it showing? It's showing 55,000. Okay, now if I am clicking on this, it will show you an formula. Now what is this formula? Whatever formula is used here, it will apply same. For example, this formula is starting from 7. This is 7, your 7. Okay, this formula is starting from row number 7 and ending on 16. So almost we have selected 10. if you calculated these things, so there are 10 cells which we have used for this sum. Now if I copy paste same thing here, then it will start formula from here. I left 3 cells here, 1 2 3, right? And then I pasted the formula over here. Okay, now what will happen now? The formula is starting from here, then it will left 1 2 3 and the formula will start from here. Okay, here to up to 10 cells. So if you see this, let me check our formula again. If you see this, then your formula is starting from here and leaving here. Okay, so it will select the 10. That's why it is very important, if you want to like show your sum only or the value only, then you just paste here, paste special and values only. Okay, so that is the use of copy paste values only. Okay, one more thing is there. For example, if I want to like copy the formula, let's say I copied this and it is showing just, so here if you want to like paste the formulas only, then you can paste formulas only. Okay, so it will paste your formula only for the same number of rows. Okay, so let's say if I pasted here, it will be, I'm just copying this first and then I'm pasting here formula only. Okay, now it's showing 0 because I shifted the formula one column later, then it will select the all the values which is one column later. Okay, so this is the use of copy pasting things. So I hope you understood these things. These are very basic things. I will tell you to just go through this sheet once and learn this copy paste. So this is very simple. I don't think so it's like a complicated thing, but it's very easy. Okay, now let's jump to the second thing, which is cut. Okay, so it's Control X on your keyboard. Just if you want to move this value to another location, just you Control X and Control V. Okay, if you do this, then your values will move. Okay, this is format painter. I'll let you know what is this later after learning some formatting. Okay, now let's understand this. This is very simple. If you want to change your font, you can change your font from here. Okay, so these are some office fonts. You can change from here. Whatever you want to do, you can do here. Then this thing will help you to increase the font size. You can increase the font size here. Okay, right now I'm keeping 12. Then next is same thing. If you want to increase the size, you can click here. If you want to reduce the size, you can click here. This is font size option actually. Okay, this next thing is bold. I hope everyone knows about bold. This is italic. This is underline. This is double underline. This thing is double underline. Here you can like do a strike through. Okay, so it will erase your one kind of like option to strike through it. Then next thing is a formatting. Now in formatting, you can format a table. For example, this is not looking good for me, then I will add borders to it. To add borders, you can select here and it will add your borders. Okay, now let's understand next thing is your highlighter. You can fill the color into the cell. For example, if I want to highlight this Iron Man's Robert Downey Jr. So I'm just clicking on this, so it will fill color into the cell. Okay, you can change color from here. Okay, whatever you want to do, you can do that. As well as you can put formula here, when to highlight option. We'll learn this in condition formatting for sure. Okay, next is your font color. You can change your font color. For example, Leonardo DiCaprio, I'm changing the color to red, so you can do this thing here. Next is, let me increase the size of the rows. Okay, so I'm increasing the size of the rows. Now let's understand this one more thing. So if you want to select the row, you can click here. If you want to select the column, you can click here. Okay, now in this row, if you double click on this or left click on right click on your mouse pad, then you will get this option. Same cut, copy, paste option. In paste option, you will find multiple options. You can add row above whatever you have selected. For example, you have selected row number 3. If I add this insert one row above, then it will add one row above the row number 3. Okay, I'm like, if you want to delete this, you can just delete the row 3 from here by doing same option. Okay, you have multiple option. You can clear the content. If you want to clear the row, your whole content will be erased. Okay, next is your row height. You can you can put auto fit. It will auto adjust your text height. If your text font is like 10, then it will adjust according to it. If your font is 100, then it will adjust according to your font size. Okay, next is format cell. You can format your cell, or next is show changes. For example, if I click here, so it will show me changes. Who made these changes? Definitely it's my name. So yeah, it will show you changes. For example, 10 people are working on the sheet. It will show your that person's name if he has make any changes. Okay, so yeah, I think that's it about this first function. Okay, this you have understood. Next, let's learn this. So for example, I am selecting this cell, and if I want to move this text little upward, then I can move this upward. Let me increase the size of the cell. Okay, if you want to keep it at middle, you can keep it. If you want to put it at bottom, you can put it. Okay, now you can change the alignment. Again, I'm like increasing the size of the column. See, if you want to center align this, you can center align. If you want to right align it, you can do left align. If you want to like increase little bit a spacing between the your column and your text, then you can do this from here. So yeah, I hope you understood this thing. Also, if you want to like move your column, if you want to change the size of your column or row, you can do from here, and you can do from here. Okay, if you double click on, for example, now this, if you want to like resize your row size, then what do you want to do? Just click here. See here, you just move your cursor. It will show you double arrow option. If you double click here, it will adjust the length of your row or column according to the font size. Okay, this is basically auto fit option which we have seen here. Yeah, this one, auto fit option. Okay, it will do this thing. So yeah, I think you have understood this thing also. Now let's understand this. For example, these are the cities, and I want to like give the common name for this, and if I want to add some text here, then what I'll do, I'll like merge the all cells here. Here one option is there, merge cell and center. So I'm clicking on merge cell and center. I am writing city over here. Okay, so I written the city here, and I'm using the center line, so city is coming here. Okay, I'm increasing the font of city, and if I want to like change this, now it's vertical by letter, now it will write like this. Okay, this is good for your formatting option. You can play with this options. Okay, I will give link of this sheet into the description. You can go and check it out. So here like this, you can like assign the name of your table over here. Okay, so I hope you understood these things. Now let's understand the wrap the text. I have this sentence here. Okay, let me do like this. I'm copy pasting this here. Now this wrapping option is there, so this text you can see it's going below this column because the length of this text is longer than this cell content. Okay, this cell's gap. So I'm clicking here, and then I'm clicking on wrap text, so it will wrap the text. And if I double click here, so it will adjust the okay. So earlier your text was here. Okay, it was hidden due to this column n. Now it's coming here. So if you wrap the text, it will wrap the text. If I click here, then it will again regain the original size of that sentence. Okay, original format of that sentence. So this is wrapping. Merging I already told you. So for example, if you want to merge multiple cells, then you can just click multiple, and if you write something, it will be in between. Okay, there are again multiple options, merge across, so you can merge all these things across, means in a similar line. Okay, like this you can do. This will do center. This will like start from left hand side. These options are there, merge cells and unmerge cells. If you want to unmerge it, you can just click here, then your cell will be a totally different cell. Okay, I hope you understood this thing. Next thing, let's understand this is the data type. We will learn this theme again in our SQL. So yeah, be give your attention to this type data type option, because this is very important. For example, now this is your like normal number, so that's why it's general. Okay, you can keep it this number format. Okay, so here it will show you 2 decimal points. You can convert this into currency. Okay, now it will show you currency. So this is best for accounting purposes, as well as to change the format of any text. Okay, this will learn in Excel and SQL and Power BI more. Here we don't need this thing. Again, this is your like symbol. Now what are these symbol? This is the currency symbol, then this is percentage. Now let's understand this thing. For example, you have 0.10 you have written, you want to convert this in percentage, just click here, so it will convert your 0.10, which is your 10% in percentage. Okay, so yeah, this thing you can do. You can add commas. Now how it will help? For example, I'm writing this value. Okay, if I click here and then click here, it will add commas to your value. It will help you to understand better to understand your value, what is it, and how big the number is. Okay, it is very easy to identify your number if the commas are there. Again, one more thing that I want to explain is, for example, if you are adding decimals over here in this value, I'm increasing the length of this. Okay, so if you are adding the decimal here, you can click here and it will increase your decimals. Okay, if you want to reduce the decimals from your value, then you can click here. So these are to this one is to reduce the decimal, this one to increase the decimal. Don't worry, it will not change the value of your original value. It will just show you a optimize value, optimize view of your value. Okay, it will round figure everything and it will tell you. For example, if I am adding here a 9, okay, then it will see this. If I am reducing this, it will add 1 as a end value, so it will not change the value of your original value. Okay, so if you understood this thing, now let's understand next thing. Next thing is your conditional formatting. For conditional formatting, I have one table here. Yeah, this table, conditional formatting. Now what we'll do, we'll add a conditional formatting here. So what is the conditional formatting? So basically it's kind of a chart where you will understand the value of a value by colors. Now let me explain this thing. For example, I'm clicking here, I adding this color scales. Okay, if I add this here, okay, now here you can see your highest value is showing here in green and your lowest value is showing in red. Now here you can change your color format. For example, I'm clicking on this. Okay, now your lowest value is in green and your highest value is in red. Now this is very helpful when you have multiple values and you don't know which value is a better or which value is a worse. For example, in terms of temperature, for example, if you are thinking to understand the temperature of cities, then you will get to know, this city, whatever it is, as well, is having a less temperature than other cities because it is showing in green. If you understand about this Hanumanthgad, it is showing 39 as a temperature and it's showing in red. So you can easily understand from this whole chart, 39 is the highest value. Okay, so this will help you to understand the value of your value. Okay, value of the value is whether it is in range or not. For example, this 636 is the average, that's why it's showing in yellow. So here you can see this is your one kind of format where you can change the values or you can change the color of your values. Okay, so this is totally depend upon you what you want to do. You can change the colors as well as you can use the different color scales. Okay, this is totally depend upon you. From here you can delete all the values. Okay, So this is how your conditional formatting works. Okay, now let's understand next thing, which is format as a table. Now what you can do, you just select your values, okay, and you can format them from here. Just change the, okay, so you can change the formatting of your table. Whatever you want to do, you can do that from here. Okay, have you understood this thing? Next, cell style. You can select one single cell and change the style of your cell. Okay, so from here you can do that. I hope you understood this thing. Next is insert. Already told you, you can add your column from here. Here again you can do same thing. For example, if you are adding insert, you can insert row above, you can call insert the column to the left, you can insert table row above. For example, I'm clicking here, so it will add one row over here. Okay, so these things you can do for a table. Okay, delete, you can delete the rows, column, whatever you want to do. For example, I want to delete this column, so I'm clicking and then deleting this column, so this column will delete it. Format, again you can adjust the height, border and other things from here. Now let's understand other thing. This is the formula option, sum, average, count numbers. You can automatically do these things. Okay, so for example, if you are clicking here, you are selecting this all values. Okay, I'm selecting all values here. Okay, this is I'm removing. So I'm selecting all the values here, and what I'm doing, I'm clicking on sum. So it will add sum over here. Okay, so similarly you can use average, count numbers, maximum, minimum, add. These are all formulas we are going to learn, so don't worry. Okay, now let's understand how we can use the filter. Okay, to understand this sorting and filtering, what I'm doing, I'm selecting these two columns and clicking on this. Okay, now here you can add the filter. Okay, so in this filter I can select the values from here. Okay, if I want to select a particular value, that I can select. For example, I can select the value from here. Okay, 36. So if I select 36, whatever cities are there with the temperature of 36, it will show me that value. Okay, so if I click on select all, again it will select all the values. Similarly, you can sort the sheet by smallest to largest number. For example, I'm like smallest to largest, so minimum temperature in the city is 16, having out count. Then Ota Camons, next I don't know what is this. Then Haveri is 27, Hazaribagh is 27. So this is totally depend how you are sorting your sheet. You can sort the sheet on the basis of largest to smallest. It will show you. Okay, so this is the use of filter function. You can filter your column on the basis of multiple things. For example, if you want to see values which is greater than your 30 temperature, 30 degree temperature, so it will show you all the values which is greater than 30. See, 32 to 39. Okay, so this is the use of the filter. Okay, you can click here to clear each and everything, so your filter will get removed. Okay, so this is the use of filter. Okay, now next understand, now next is our find and select. So let's say, for example, if I want to find something, so I am searching something. This is the city name, so I am searching find next. Is it there? Yeah, it is there. Okay, so for example, if you want to find anything in your sheet, you just control F, or you can just go here, find and select, and click on find whatever text you want to find. Then if you want to replace that text with some other thing, for example, I want to text this city name with Pune. Okay, this is the next city name, so I will click on replace. If there are multiple text is available in your sheet same, then you can, if you want to change that, then you can click on replace all, so it will replace all this. Like, see, it is showing matches replace 4. So 4 matches were there with the name of Akola, and they replace with Pune. Okay, so this is the use of your find and select. Now add-ins are multiple things. You can add the chat GPT, multiple automation tools to your Excel sheet. That is again advanced part. You don't need this in data analytics, but definitely in automation you need those things. But yeah, right now we are focusing on data analytics, so definitely it is not needed, but you can use that. Next is your insert. Now let me increase the speed of understanding this, explaining these things, because these are small things. You will get to know these things when you are working on real projects or real dashboards. Okay, so this is your pivot table. We'll understand this pivot table later. So for example, if you have the values, then you can create this table automatically by adding the values. Now table I already explained you can just add the table, you can format the table. Sorry, here let's say for example, if I want to add a table, then I'm clicking on table. So I'm selecting this, for example, this many cells I'm selecting. I'm clicking on table, so it will create a table for me. Okay, so I have created this table. So this you can do with that. Usually nobody use that thing because it's very common to create table without using these things. Then these are forms. You can start your new form. If you know about Google, a Microsoft form, same is there in Google form. We don't need these things, so we'll ignore this thing. Next is your picture. You can insert a picture from your device. For example, I am selecting any picture like this one. Okay, so I'm selecting picture, and if I am uploading this, you can find a picture over here. You can use this for dashboarding and reporting. Okay, so yeah, this you can do. You can insert picture from your device, stock images, or you can search on webs. Shapes, you can add whatever shape you want to add, that you can add. For example, this one. Okay, you can change the format of the shape. Okay, next, let's understand next thing. Next thing is your checkbox. For example, if I want to add something checklist here, then I am selecting this and adding checkbox. This checkbox you can select whatever you want to do with the checkbox. Also, you can change the color of this by clicking on this. Usually I use this thing to just glorify my sheet so that I can show this report. It's very easy. Whatever task we are doing, how many tasks are done, for that I'm using this. Okay, so yeah, basically you can use this only. You cannot use cross line, because if it's not clicked, then it is, if it is not checked, then it's false. You can see here, if it's clicked, it's true. Okay, so yeah, if it is already checked, then it's true. If it is not checked, unchecked, then it's false. Okay, this is the use of your checkbox. Now let's understand, this is your column line. These are all the graphs which we are going to learn during our projects. But how can you do? Just select whatever values you want in your chart. Just select these things and just click on your chart. Then you will get the options which kind of chart you want. So I'm clicking on this, for example, so it will give me this chart. Then I will show you next type of chart. So this will be a kind of different chart. So I'm selecting this, and then I'm clicking on insert, then column chart, and this will be a different type of chart. Definitely we don't have two values, that's why the format it is not showing. It's totally depend upon how many columns you are having, how many values you are having. Okay, if we want to do with pie chart, for example, I'm using this many values and I'm inserting chart, which is there are two, like 2D pie and it's donut pie, so you can use that. We don't need this. Basically that is to show the percentage of share. Pie chart we use for to show the percentage of share. We don't want to show this because we don't need to add these values, because these are temperature values. That again we'll learn in our data analysis projects, what we want to do with the values and what we should not do with this thing. Okay, so next is our again insert. In insert there are multiple charts. You can see this is the link. Basically if you want to add link to something, then you just click here, and for example I'm adding this thing. Okay, So it will add link to this value. If I click here, then it will show me the value link. Okay, so yeah, basically this is used to insert or hyperlink the text. Next is new comment. For example, my friend or my colleague and me is working on same project. I am adding this Osmanabad, and here I am adding new comment that hey, I can mention people by adding at the rate here. Okay, so I can do that. Okay, right now though I am not adding, I am saying hey, please check, please check the spelling of the city. Okay, I added the comment. Okay, I added a comment and shoot it. It will show, and let's say if my colleague has resolved this thing, then he'll reply here and he'll send me. Okay, for example, if you are adding some comment by tagging someone by adding at the rate, then your comment will be sent to that guy on his mail. Okay, so this is the use of your comment. Text box, you can add your text box. For example, I'm clicking here. Okay, so you can add your text box over here and you can start writing into it. Okay, this is very simple thing. Next, share option. You can share this sheet with your organizational people, whatever people are there in your organization. Then you can just simply copy the link from here and share with them. Link this sheet, you can link this sheet with multiple sheets that we are again going to learn in our project. Okay, page layout, you can change the page layout, page setup. This is for printing purposes, most probably we don't need this. Then formulas we are going to learn manually, we don't need these functions again. Okay, so these are few things. One more thing I want to tell you is wait, let me go to our second sheet. For example, if I am adding here, okay, I added these things here and I am doing the summation of all the value. Okay, I added the sum. This is the sum. Now I cannot see the formula here. If I click on show formulas, then it will show you the formula here. Okay, so it will show you all the formulas presented in your sheet. Okay, now removing this formula. Okay, so this is the user formula. Calculation options are there. Means this again we are going to learn through our project. It is very difficult to teach this thing right now, but yeah, we are going to do. Calculate workbook. You can calculate your workbook, how many cells are there. Okay, what is the sum of your formulas, for example this one, and if I am clicking on calculate workbook, see it will show you here your average, your count, sum of your values. Okay, so these things you will get to know here if I click on calculate a workbook. Okay, so yeah, I think this is it. Next is our data. Data is again refresh all whatever connection you have created with multiple sheets, that it will refresh all. This is a next again connections, whatever connection you are creating, we don't need this thing specially. Okay, this thing is very helpful for us, custom sort. Okay, this custom sort. Okay, you can sort ascending to descending, descending to ascending. Okay, you can do these things. Next is your filter. Already told about filter, how can you add filter, how you can filter your values. Okay, text split to text. Okay, we have example over here. For example, this is the sheet. Okay, now in this sheet I have the column called student name. Right now I'm moving this sheet. Now if you want to move this row or column, then you can just see here this hand icon is there. Just select it and drag it to here. Okay, so it will switch your columns. Now you can see here the name is there with the full stop, and now I want first name and last name. I know first name is on left hand side and last name is on right hand side, and full stop is there. If I want to split this, then I will use this function, split text to columns. Now if I am clicking on here, then it will show you this. Now here are multiple options how you want to like split your text. You want to split on the basis of space, if you want to place on the basis of split on the basis of semicolon or comma. Here I am putting full stop, okay, because the full stop is there. If I click on apply, then it will split the names, okay, whatever name were there, so it has split on the basis of full stop. Okay, we can do like this, and yeah, you're sorted. Okay, this is your first name, this is your last name. Okay, obviously I'll give you this sheet with you guys to practice these things, and you can learn it by doing this thing. Now you know this option is there. Okay, so this flash fill is simply, for example, if I am writing over here, okay, I want only first name. Okay, I know after full stop this last name is there, then I'll click on flash fill. Okay, it will automatically write the first name, and this is kind of AI function you will get in Excel sheets. So yeah, this will help you to split the text and other things. Okay, this is flash fill. Now next is our remove duplicates. So this is our data. Okay, here let me clear this content. Okay, this is our data, and this data there are lots of duplicates we are having. So if you want to remove duplicates from your column, then just select that and click on remove duplicates, and here you can see there are two columns I am removing duplicates from. So I am clicking on OK, so it will remove duplicates. So it will show you 20 duplicates values found and remove 37 unique values are remaining same. So there are 37 unique values are there, that is there. Okay, it has removed all the duplicates values. Data validation, you can validate your data. Okay, so any value, whole number, etc., etc. We will learn these things again while data cleaning. Data cleaning will be a separate chapter for SQL as well as for Excel sheets. Okay, then group and ungroup, you can group your rows, you can group your columns to hide it. For example, I am clicking on this, I am clicking on group. Okay, so it will group. If I click here, then it will hide our rows. Okay, this is one kind of function to just group few things. You can click on ungroup, so it will ungroup. For example, I'm clicking here, okay, and selecting again these rows and clicking on ungroup, it will hide the groups. So here your group will be visible if you are creating groups. So this is the use of that. Then review. For review, I'm showing you new comment. Show comments if there is any comment, so it will show you comment. For example, we added that comment last time, it will show you comment. Okay, previous comment, next comment. If you have multiple comments, it will show you changes also. This is your history, whatever I have done, it will show you here. This is for to track what your partners are doing with this sheet. If they messed up with your sheet or they are doing something, you can track that over here. Version history, for example, if you think you have made some mistake and you don't know how to redo it, just you can go to your earlier version, you can check here. Okay, and you can restore it or you can copy it to the next, and this will be very useful function. It will happen multiple times. What was our data 1 month ago that we have updated right now on daily basis we are updating. Let's go back to our 1 month back date and just restore that sheet or copy that sheet and compare the data with last month's data. Okay, so for that it will be very useful for you guys. Next is your spelling mistakes. I have this sentence here. This is totally a wrong sentence where the spellings are wrong. So I am clicking on spellings. It will show you whatever wrong spellings are there. You can click on ignore or you can click on the text, so it will change your spelling. For example, I am clicking on this, so it will change the spelling. Okay, so yeah, this is very useful for you guys. Okay, so it will like detect the city name also. Obviously city names, some city names are having issue, so yeah, definitely we'll ignore that. But yeah, if you are working on something which is important report, it will help you to check your spelling error. Accessibility, I'll explain you later, because right now it's difficult to explain again. Works, book, statistics, it will show you how many rows are there, how many cells are there, table, formula, charts, objects, how many comments are there. Then sheets, how many sheets are there, you can see 2 sheets are there. Then cells with data, how many cells are having the data, how many tables are there, how many formulas are there, and how many charts are there. Okay, so this will help you to understand that. Next is manage and protection. So you can protect your cells or a sheet by clicking on manage protection. Okay, I selected this thing. Okay, add range. Okay, so this is the new range, which is K1 to N16. So this is K. Okay, this is 1 and this is N and this is 16. So yeah, I'm selecting this and protecting. If I selected this, then it will not allow others to edit these ranges. So if you want to like do this thing, you can do. If you want to remove the project, for example, this is resume protection. So if I want to protect this, then I'll click on resume protection. Now nobody can edit this. If I want to remove the protection, I can click on pause protection, so it will remove that thing. Notes, you can add new note here, you can add new note. For example, if you can add new note, okay, you can do that here. It will show you like this. So yeah, this is the help of review function. Okay, now let's check out view. View is very simple. Here there are freezing panel and other things. For example, I have this data. Let me copy some data. Okay, I'm copying this data to a new sheet. Okay, now I know if I scroll it down, then it will hide the header of this sheet. Okay, so for that, what I'm doing, I'm selecting the row 1 and clicking on view and freeze panel. So I will freeze up to row 1 or a top row. So what I'll do, if I scroll down now, this header will be there as it is. Okay, so it will help you to understand the data type or the data title if you have multiple rows and multiple column in your sheet. So similarly, if you have columns, multiple columns, you want to freeze this, just select this. Okay, go to view, freeze panels, and you can freeze your first column. Okay, so it will help you to freeze your first column. So your first column will be as it is, your first row will be as it is, and it will help you to understand what is this value. Okay, so yeah, these are the freeze panel option. You can freeze multiple rows or multiple columns here. Okay, so I'm clicking on unfreeze panels. Now it will unfreeze all the columns and rows. Next is grid line. So these are the grid lines. If you can observe, if I untick this, then your grid lines will go away. Headings, again headings will go away. These are your headings like A, B, C, D, D, 1, 2, 3, 4, 6, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. These are your headings. Formula bar, this is our formula bar. If you are writing some formula here, for example, sum of this row, this columns I'm writing here. Okay, now if I am clicking here, so it will show you formula here. If I am clicking on this, so it will hide that formula bar. Data type icon, you can remove this or you can keep this. Most probably this is no use of this thing. Okay, data type icons, it will not show you most of the times. Zoom, this is again, you can zoom your sheet. Nobody use this function because you can just zoom by using your fingers. Okay, like this. These are views, multiple views you can create. We don't need this thing again. Okay, these are new window. You can click here and open the new window. This is navigation, it will navigate you to the cell. And this is immersive reader. If you want to read your text or column, then you can use this. Nobody use this. This is next is your help. You can take the keyboard shortcuts from here. Functions list, we don't need this thing because we are going to learn each and everything in this Excel tutorials. Then this is our few tutorials. What's new, you will get updates over here. Next is feedback forum, and last panel is our draw panel. Now this is to select something. This is normal arrow. If you want to erase something, definitely for that we need to draw. This is drawing tool, your pen, you can draw anything over here. This is second tool, you can draw here. This is your highlighter. You can highlight anything over here. For example, if I want to highlight this value, I can highlight this. And this is your eraser. You can erase everything whatever you are writing. Okay, so these are most important things of Excel dashboard which you should know. And other things are this search option. You can search whatever you want to do. If you want to search for any tool, you can search here. This is the option for your OneDrive. Okay, there are all whatever tools are there you can use from here. Then this is your comments option again. Okay, this is catch up, one kind of thing which will show you, for example, two persons are working on same sheet, it will show you what changes they are making. So this is one kind of catch up thing. This is editing, or this is viewing. If you want to view, for example, I have created a sheet, I have filled all the data, I want to review it, then I'll click on viewing. So what will do, if I click something, no, it will not add text to that value, so it will not miss my sheet. Okay, it will help me to protect my sheet. So you can click from here, you can change to editing if you are editing it. Share option, same options are there, you can do it from here. You can manage your profile. In settings there are multiple things, I don't need to do those things because our work is around data analysis, not we don't need to enter into settings and other things. Okay, so I hope you understood this lecture and I explain each and everything to you. And from next lecture we are going to understand all the formulas, whatever formulas we need to understand from for a data analytics perspective. Hello everyone, hope you are doing well. In this video we are going to discuss about all the important formula which is used in data analytics field in Excel. Okay, here I am going to discuss you 20 formulas and I am going to provide you this sheet where all formulas, examples and their descriptions are written, as well as there will be a practice data set available in this sheet. Okay, first of all, let me tell you how can you download this thing. So I'll share this link with you where you will not be able to edit this sheet, but what you can do is just go to file, click on create a copy, and here you can do things. If you are using online Excel, then you can just create a online copy here, or if you already have Excel in your laptop, then you can download a copy. As I'm using MacBook here, so I'm using online version of Microsoft Excel, and the good thing about it, it is very easily accessible and it's an online thing, so I can share with you and lots of things will happen here. That's why I'm not using offline. Understand one thing, your formulas will be same for online as well as for offline Excel sheets, and your dashboard also will be same. In last lecture we have learned about the dashboard. In this lecture we are going to learn about all the formulas which is important for data analytics. One more thing, if your company is working on Google Sheets, then these formulas will be almost same. One two formula will change. I'll tell you what will be there in the Google Sheets. Okay, so right now this sheet you can download. I'll give link in the description. You'll redirect to our official site where you can read about the this lecture, as well as you can download the data set from there. Okay, so let's get started. Now here first formula is our sum formula. So if you can see this sheet here, there are three columns I have created. First is your formula, second is this syntax example, and third is your use/description. Also in this sheet I created a separate tab for a separate formula so that you can practice it along with this. So yeah, this is the proper sheet for this lecture. Okay, so now let's start with our first formula directly. Let's jump to our first formula, which is sum. Okay, so sum is the very basic formula, first formula of your Excel sheet, where you will learn how you can add the things. For example, if you want to like add this unit sold, or if you want to add this unit price, then you just select this range and you will get your summation. For that, the formula is very simple. Here the question is asked is find a total units sold. So you want to add all the total units. For that you can do two things. First is just directly writing here your formula. For example, if you want to write down your sum here, then I am just clicking is equal to, okay, and you're putting your formula, which is SUM. Okay, so see, whenever you are adding any formula, it will be auto shown here. right? After, it's kind of drop down menu for formulas where you can see all the formulas related to some ifs, some products, some Q, and lots of formulas. So we are going to learn some if and some ifs. Three formulas we are going to learn. Obviously three formula is similar, they'll add up, but some if and some ifs will have some conditions where we are going to learn how we can use those formulas. Okay, now for example, right now so we need only a summation of all the units sold. So I am clicking on this. Okay, now here it is showing you number 1, number 2. See, the formula is sum. If you can see here, sum, then number 1, number 2, means you have to select number 1, number 2, number 3, number 4, so on. Okay, so we are going to select this 10 values. Okay, 10 values means, see, your formula is starting from E4, which is this one. Okay, and your formula is ending with E10. Okay, which is this one. So let me break down this formula for you. Okay, now each and every formula you need to select your ranges. So for that I am going to tell you one thing. Okay, so this is your 4. Okay, and this is your E. Okay, E column, 4th row. Now let me tell you about one thing which is going to be consistent in this formula sheet or in your Excel thing. For every formula you need to select the range. Now what is range? Okay, so see, they are asking for unit sold. So for unit sold, this is the range, and this is the range means it is starting from this point, which is E4, and ending at E10. So this is 10 your row, E is your column. So this is your E10. Here you can see your E10 name of box, and this is your E4. Okay, so your formula will be between E10 to E4. Okay, E4 to E10 will be your formula. And if you see here, it is written here sum of E4 to E10. Okay, so this is your range for the summation. Okay, and the formula syntax is very simple. If you go here, see, this is your sum of A1 to A10, means you are doing sum of your sum range. Okay, so this range is you need to mention over here. If you see, most of the formula is having your range. See, some formula is having A1 to A10 range, average is having range, your count is having range, count A is having range, mean, max. Then if it's something different, you need to select some ranges, but it will not be showing here. Okay, then your this formula is for cell, if cell. Now here you can see the two things are there. First is your range, and second is your value. So there will be combination of multiple things, but most of the your formulas will have some range. Okay, see, SUMIF is having range, COUNTIF is having range, VLOOKUP is having your range, XLOOKUP is having your range. Then for left, right, and these formulas there is no range. Okay, these all formulas are independent. Okay, so these formula where the range is not mentioned, those will be limited to your cell. Means if you want to calculate the value of single cell, then these formulas will be used. But wherever there will be a range, there, that means you are dealing with multiple columns or multiple your cells. Okay, now let's understand each and everything. Okay, so this is your finally sum. So sum is 51. Okay, you can write this formula here also. For example, if you want to write your answer here, so is equals to, if you are calculating sum, then you are putting sum as a formula. So whenever you are writing this, either you can select this thing directly from here, or what you can do, you can simply just writing SUM sum. Okay, and you can press tab, so your formula will be written over here directly. It will show you the formula description over here, so you don't need to probably learn each and everything by heart. You should know which formula you are going to learn, and remaining things will be shown here. So for example, it is showing if you want to do sum, then you need to select number 1, number 2. So we are selecting number 1, number 2 like that, and we are clicking on enter. So this is our formula, this is our answer. Okay, so 51 is our answer. So this question is solved. Like that you can do with multiple things. You just ask ChatGPT to create multiple data set for it, and it will give you, and you can practice this thing. Next formula is our average, where we are going to learn how to find the average. So it is asking us to find the average of unit price. Okay, so this is our unit price. Okay, and we need to average it out. Now let me tell you, if you don't want to calculate anything, if you want to summarize something, then there is one shortcut for this. Okay, now in last question they ask us summation of your units sold. Okay, so if I'm selecting this range only, no, so here you will get your sum is 51. If you see, our answer is 51. Okay, so for these small things you don't need to apply any formula. This is just for your practice. Okay, number second is, if you're talking about your average, see here arrow is there, just click on this and you will find your everything. This is average is 7.2857 something is there. Okay, count, your numerical count, your minimum value, maximum value, and your summation, all things are given over here. Okay, but you should know this formula, that's why I am explaining this thing to you. So summation and your average formula will be almost same. For that you need to just click on x equals to, then you need to write AV. Okay, after writing AV you will find this average as a formula, or you can directly write average spelling and then just click on it, and you need to select similar thing of your range. For example, for some we have selected unit source from, so in this sheet it was E4 to E10. Now we are discussing about this unit price. Okay, so it will start from your G4 and it will end on your G10. Here the table is placed on different cells, so your formula here will start from F, okay, F3, okay, to F9. Okay, so I am writing here the formula average, then I am selecting our unit prices over here. Okay, and pressing on enter. So this is your unit average price. So this is your unit average price or average unit price, as we have seen here. If you want to check the average directly, so you can just click here. Okay, sorry, you can just click here and you will get to know your average 221.42. So see here, same value is there. Okay, and now as we have seen this in last lecture, you can minimize this decimal things from here, so it will be your 221, your unit price. Most of the reports or your analysis will not need any decimal points. If the value is like this 0.754, then you need that decimal pointers. Otherwise you don't need a decimal point and the numbers which are having multiple digits after the decimal point. Okay, whenever you are dealing with hundreds and thousands, then you don't need those decimal points. Okay, so your average unit price will be a 221. Okay, now next is our count function, which is we are going to understand. First of all, let me tell you, there are two formulas. First is your count formula, number second is your count A formula. Now what is the difference between two formulas? Count formula will be applicable only for a numeric values. So here if you can see, your column B, column E and column F, these are the numeric value columns. Let me highlight these columns in different colors. So these are your numeric values. So if you want to calculate anything from these, then so these will be your values where you can use your count as a formula. Okay, let me show you. So it is asking me count total orders. So here you can see these are order IDs. So if you count these, then it will be 7 orders. Okay, but in help of formula, how you are going to count this thing, you just need write count. Okay, and select the range. Okay, so it will give you answer which is 7. Now you need to calculate the categories which they have ordered. So there are total orders which is 7. Okay, and you are selecting count A. Okay, and here you are selecting category, so it is giving you answer as a 7 because these are 7 categories from which they have order. Okay, this is not a unique thing. If you want to calculate unique, I'll tell you that also, but before that let's understand. See, if you are using count, to find values of non-numeric numbers, then it will throw as a 0. So these are 0, okay, if you calculate this. But if you are calculating the numeric value, then it will show you some number. So for count, it will be only for numeric, and this will be for non EMPT cells. So now understand this, okay. But if you, for example, if I am adding here count A, okay, and I am using one more formula which is for order ID. So see, it is showing you number 7 for it, okay. So if you are using a count A formula, then it will show you for everything, whether it's a non-numeric value or a numeric value, okay. It will exclude all empty cells, remaining cells it will count. But if you are using count function only, then it will show you only numeric values. It will count only numeric values, okay. This is the difference between two formulas, okay. Now let's understand count unique order categories ordered. Now what we are going to do is, we can see here categories, okay, number of cells are 7, okay. But if you just calculate unique categories, then stationery is there, electronics is there, and kitchen is there. Only 3 categories are there which are unique, but here it is showing 7. But if you want to calculate only unique values, then what you'll use count A, okay. In under that you will use unique, okay, and under that you will select your range, you will close the bracket and you will close second bracket. Now this, understand this thing, okay. I'm zooming, this is okay. See this is your first bracket, okay, which is count A. This is your first bracket, okay. This thing is your first bracket, okay. You are closing this first bracket is here, okay. But under count A there is one more formula which is here, okay. So you need to close the bracket properly. If you remove this bracket, okay, so this formula will be half formula. See, it is showing you in red. So for that, if you want to close your formula, you need to add one more bracket and you need to click on enter. So there are 3 categories, unique categories, you can see here, okay. There are 3 unique categories. So this is your formula for unique, okay. So I'm adding this is formula for unique. So basically in count you will find multiple formulas. Number 1 will be your normal count formula where you will count the numeric values only. Number 2 will be your count A formula where you will count non-empty cells, okay. Any value can be there. It can be a numeric value or it can be a characteristic for value, okay. Third is, if you want to find a unique value, then you will write count A formula first. Inside that you will put unique condition, and after unique you will mention the sum and you will close both the brackets, okay. After closing that you will get your unique value answer, okay. So I hope you understood this thing, and let's see our next formula, which is our mean and max. This is most important and most easy formula, okay. So here you need to find minimum unit price. Your unit price is here and you need to find a minimum unit price here. You can find it from here also. Just click here. It is showing 15 as your minimum value, okay. So I am writing formula for this. This is again like a sum or your average formula is equals to, you are writing here, which is your MIN. So this is your mean. See, it is showing returns the smallest value and ignores logical values, okay. So I'm clicking here and I am just selecting the range over here, okay, and clicking on enter. See, it is showing 15. So 15 your less value. You can just do one more thing here. You can just put your conditional formatting, okay. Just going to your color bars and you are clicking here. See, here 15 is the lowest value and 800 is your highest value, okay. But you cannot use this thing when you have millions of rows, okay. So for that you will use this formula. For max is opposite to mean. Just put a max as a formula, Okay, returns the largest value, so just select your range. Okay, and 800 is your maximum value. Okay, so these are multiple things to find out these values. This is again very easy formula. Next is your if. Now this is most important, most used and most complicated formula for most of the people who don't understand how to use this. If formula is very easy, okay, and we are going to learn it. So for that, let's understand what is this. Okay, so if formula we are using to satisfy any condition. Okay, now here I think you can simply read this thing. If A2 is your cell, for example this is your A2, okay, and this is your A. Now let's take an example of these two values, so 120 and 100. Now I am writing same formula over here which is mentioned over here, so I am copy pasting over here just, okay, and instead of A, what I am putting here is, instead of A I am putting Q, because we are having value in Q section, and this will be a Q6. So okay, okay, so for example also, so what we are going to say here is, if Q6, which is our 120, is higher than 100, then put high. If our Q6 is lower than 100, then put it as a low. Now here we are not saying lower than. If that condition did not satisfy, for example, if Q6 is greater than 100, then you will write high. If it is not, then write low. Okay, when I'll click on enter, then it will be a high. Okay, then if I am dragging this formula here, see, it is not greater than 100. It is not a greater than 100. You should know these things. Less than, okay, less than and equal to, then greater than, and greater than and equal to. So these are multiple things. Okay, now if you are putting here greater than and equal to, then your answer will be high. If, now again understand this, if your Q7 is greater than or equal to 100, then your answer will be high. Okay, if it is greater than and equal to 100, then it will be high. If it is not, then it will be lower. So I hope you understood this thing. Now see the syntax, it's very simple. If we are putting, okay, now returns true or false value based on condition. So basically, if what you want to do, you want to do first is your logical test, means you need to put a condition. Maybe it can be less than, or it can be less than or equal to, it can be anything. It can be a greater than or equal to, less than or equal to. It can be any condition that you need to put here. Okay, this is your first condition. Then you will put, if the condition satisfy, means if the condition is true, what do you want to replicate? Okay, if the condition is false, what you want to replicate? Okay, now let me show you this doing with our example. First is, it is asking us to check bulk orders, and bulk orders will be if it is more than 4 units. So if your units are more than 4, then your answer will be a bulk order. So I am writing here, okay, bulk orders. Okay, just formatting. Okay, now what I want, let me show you with the formula. So I am writing here if, okay, if unit sold is greater than 4, then what I want yes, or I want no. Okay, now here what I'll do, I'll put double inverted comma, and I'll put enter. Okay, now see, total unit sold are greater than 4, that's why it's coming yes. Okay, and I am dragging this formula. See, 3 orders are no, because it's lesser than 4. 3 orders, see, 3 orders are no, because these orders are not greater than 4 units. Okay, that's why it is no. So in this way you can use your uh, if formula. I'll give more examples to solve. Okay, I'll add more examples to solve here so you can practice with this thing. Now let's jump to the next formula, which is our SUMIF or COUNTIF. Okay, now this is again a simple formula I am going to tell you, but you need to practice it, then you will able to understand it. Okay, now let's understand our first question, which is total units sold in stationery. For that I am writing a formula. Okay, now first of all understand the question, what is total units sold in stationery? So this is your stationery. Okay, and you need to calculate your unit sold. So this is your unit sold and this is your category. So you need to find a stationery category. So these are your stationery categories, which I am going to highlight over here. Okay, and you need to calculate this unit sold over there. Okay, so these things you need to calculate here. Simply you can calculate and your answer is 42. Okay, but how you will solve this with the formula? So for that you will write SUMIF. Okay, now here you can see you need to select your range. Now how I'll select your range? So first of all you will select your criteria. So this is asking you to select range, criteria and some range. Now let's understand this thing first. So first of all your criteria. So our criteria is the category should be a stationery. So comma, okay, this category should be a stationery. So in double inverted comma I am writing a stationery spelling. So this will be your condition. Okay, first will be your range, then you will be criteria or condition, and third will be what you want to calculate. Some range will be your unit sold, and I am entering here. Okay, so your answer is 42. Let's understand it again. First you need to select your range. Okay, so where you want to find, okay, your condition, where you want to find a stationery in category, so you are selecting that first. Then what you want to find, what will be your criteria, which will be your stationery thing. Okay, stationery you are writing in words. So and you are, what do you want, sum of units. So if I talk this in normal language, so you are asking Excel to find stationery in D3 to D9 range. So you are asking Excel to find the stationery in this range, and you are asking Excel to sum of your unit sold thing. Okay, so this is all about this formula, and you are clicking on enter. So this will be your answer. So 42 is your answer. So total 42 units sold in a stationery category. Okay, now it is asking for count how many times pen was sold. For that again you will use your formula, which is COUNTIF. Now here you need to select your range. Okay, so again range will be our product. Okay, so I am selecting product because pen is available in product. Okay, I am selecting range and then comma and then your criteria. What you are finding pen. So I am writing pen in double inverted comma. Okay, and I am closing the bracket, and here we go. So your pen was sold 2 times, which is here and here. Okay, so your pen is sold 2 times, and that's why you are getting this answer. So SUMIF and COUNTIF. So these are 2 things you are going to see here. Okay, so these are 2 formulas, and which will be very important for you. You will learn this throughout your data analytics journey. Your SUMIFs and COUNTIFs will be very important formulas for you. Okay, there are again some ifs and COUNTIFs formula that I can tell you actually. See, those formula will be there for multiple conditions. For example, if I am writing it SUMIFS. Okay, so here it is asking you need to select the sum range. For example, I am selecting the sum range over here. Okay, comma, I am giving is criteria. What is the criteria? So your criteria will be let me give you some other criteria. Okay, your criteria range will be your category. Okay, and where you need to find stationery. Okay, then you can put one more criteria over here, that which will be product. What product? In stationery, what product you want? So in stationery, I want to find notebook. Okay, so I'm writing here notebook. Okay, and I'm closing this bracket. Okay, let's cross check this. So you want to sum. For this I'm doing reverse thing because I want to explain this formula. So here you are finding of notebook stored in stationery category. This will be your question, and for that you are writing this formula. So for that, what you are doing, you are asking to find the unit price sum of the category stationery where notebooks are sold. So here are two conditions. Firstly, you are asking them to find the sum of units price. Okay, then you are asking to find the category which will be stationery. Then you are asking to find product which will be notebook. So these three conditions will be there. Earlier when you are talking about this sum if condition, there were only one condition, which is two condition, which is find the sum and find the category. So two conditions were there. Here you are putting three conditions. In this formula you can put multiple conditions. So yeah, you can use this formula also. Similar with count, if you want to count multiple things with multiple categories, criteria, then you can use count ifs. Now let's understand next function, which is concat or TEXTJOIN. So here we don't have any question for concat. So let me explain you what is concat. When you want to join two things, two cells, then we'll use concat. Let me show you. So concat I'm using is concat. Okay, so I want to join Alice, the customer name, with their category, with the product I'm entering this. So Alice Smith stationery pen. Okay, now if I want to add something, so I'll add here a double inverted comma dash, okay, comma, double inverted comma dash, comma. So it is giving me Alice Smith dash stationery dash pen. So this is to just use this operation. You can add space over here. Okay, this will help you to clean your data. I'm sure about it, because I use this on daily basis. Now next function is TEXTJOIN, and it works as concat only. So how it works, let me show you. So the formula is different, but the work will be same. Okay, now let me explain the formula here. So here I'm writing is equals to, then I'm writing TEXTJOIN. Okay, now delimiter means whatever symbol or whatever text you want to put, just use your double inverted comma. Okay, now here I am putting dash. Okay, then I'm giving a double inverted comma again, then simple comma. Now it's true or false. Now here true means ignore empty cells, it will not include any empty cell, and here false means including empty cells, it will include the empty cell. Okay, so right now I'm like going with true. Okay, then comma. Now this is dash, I want to put between two names. So first will be my Alice Smith, and I want to show that he has bought pen. Okay, so I'm giving first text comma second text. Okay, I want to give for multiple, so I can select third one also. Okay, and I'm clicking entering. See, here you can see this is Alice Smith dash pen dash stationery. Means here you can put multiple things, but you need to add a dash twice, thrice first. But here if you want to do this thing with multiple text, then you need to use this formula. Here you will just use only once, your delimiter will be once, and then you can put multiple times your text. So this formula is best if you have 100 keywords or 100 text cells and you want to put dash in between. So you don't need to do this for each and every text or cell. You need to put it at start, then just put true or false. If you having empty cells, then put it as a false. If you having all the non-empty cells, then go for true. Then you just add your text. You can add more text. Let me show you. For example, if I want to put this text, okay, I'm putting this. Then after that, if I want to put electronics, bottle, kitchen, okay, so it will add dash after each and every word or each and every cell. Okay, so this is the use of text join. So both formulas are useful. You can use those in your daily task. Okay, next is XLOOKUP and VLOOKUP. These are most important and mostly asked questions in your interviews and in your daily life as an analyst. Okay, so you should know XLOOKUP and VLOOKUP. How we are going to use it, that you should know. Okay, now let me tell you what is XLOOKUP and VLOOKUP. So these two questions are here. Okay, now first question is find order for order ID 103. So your order ID is 103. Okay, and you need to find the product for it. So how you'll find? For example, this table is so long, you can't do that thing. So you will use a formula here. You will use a VLOOKUP. Okay, VLOOKUP. So VLOOKUP is vertical lookup. Okay, and second formula is XLOOKUP, means horizontal lookup. Now VLOOKUP is lookup value. What value you are looking for? So we are looking for 103. So you are selecting 103 first, comma, then table array. Okay, now here you need to select a table. Now how you will select? So 103, it's from B. So I am going to select the whole table. Okay, comma, now I am going to select column index number. Now this is the thing where you need to mention in what value you want in return. So it is asking find a product for order ID. So you need product. So this is your first column, second column. So second column. So you are looking for a product which is in second column. So you will write here too. I'll explain this again. Don't worry. Okay. Then you need to add what? If the value is there, so approximate match. If you find that value, then you want true. If you don't want exact match, then it will be a false, but definitely it will be in true. Okay, so I'm adding true here and I'm closing the bracket, and this will be your value. Okay, so mouse is the product for order 103, right? So mouse is your order. Now let me go for one more question. So find the date, sale date for order number 104. Okay, so what we'll do, we'll write formula again, which is VLOOKUP. Okay, a lookup value is 103. Okay, we are going to find for 104. I'll show you how it will work, how you can change the values. Okay, now I am telling you, you need to find value, you need to find sale date for any of the order ID. Okay, that I'm looking. So you need to select table array. So I have selected this table. Okay, then I am putting comma, then you need to select column index. Column index means number of that column from the first column that you have selected. So this is first, second, third, fourth, fifth, and this will be your sixth column. Okay, so sixth column, comma. Now you want exact value which should be get back to your answer. So you are putting true here and I am selecting enter. Okay, so this is not a date format. For this thing I can do one thing. I'll change the format of the number. I am going to change this with the date and short date. Okay, so this is the date, this is the right date, 3/1/2025, 3/1/2025. Okay, which is 103. Now if I want to find for 106, so I'll just put 106 as a number. It will change here. If I want to change, then I'll put 106 as a number and it will change. Are you getting? So this is the VLOOKUP that we are using, and it's the easiest form for finding the values. Okay, VLOOKUP means a vertical lookup. Vertical lookup means finding a value in a table. Okay, so like that you can do for another examples. Let me give you one more example, which is for 10 true. Okay, so you need to find the customer name for 102 order number. Okay, so for that I am writing VLOOKUP. Okay, you need to find this value, okay, in this table. So I am selecting this table, comma, what I am doing, I am putting the column number 1 2 3 4 5 6 7. Okay, so I am putting 7, comma, will be true. Okay, enter. So Bob Johnson is the name for 102 order, which is correct. Okay, so in this way you need to find your answers using VLOOKUP. Okay, now let's learn about XLOOKUP. XLOOKUP is also a similar thing. It is easier than XLOOKUP. Now let me show you how it works. Now let's run XLOOKUP. So XLOOKUP, one question is there, unit sold of bottle. So I'm copy pasting bottle here, okay, so that we can use the formula, and for that I'm doing XLOOKUP. Okay, for XLOOKUP I am selecting the lookup value. Lookup value means the value which we want to find in the table. Okay, then next is our lookup array. Again, now we need to find this in this column, which is bottle. Okay, so in this column we are finding it, comma, return array. Now array means, just understand this, array means your column. Okay, lookup array means where you want to find a value, and your return array will be from where you want the value. Okay, so this is your product column where you are finding value, and then return array means what you want in return. We want in return which is units sold, so we are selecting units sold. Okay, and closing the bracket and pressing enter. This is for which is correct. Okay, now how easy it is, let me tell you. So basically, if you want to find anything, then you will, let's put up this formula again, XLOOKUP. Okay, what do you want to find? You want to find mouse, so I am writing here mouse. Okay, comma, where you want to find in product, so I am clicking here product, and what you want as an outcome, you want customer name. Yeah, so Charlie Green is your mouse customer, okay, who is shopping for mouse. Okay, so yeah, so this is the use of XLOOKUP and VLOOKUP. Now don't worry about this XLOOKUP and VLOOKUP. I am going to explain in detail with the project, because we are not going to stop only with the concepts, we are going to solve projects also. XLOOKUP, VLOOKUP, everything I am going to explain you. Also in next lecture we'll have pivot tables, where I'm going to explain you XLOOKUP and VLOOKUP, both things, because XLOOKUP and VLOOKUP are the thing which you are going to learn in SQL also. In SQL there is one concept called joins, where you will learn to join the tables. This is also a kind of join the tables thing. Okay, so that's why I'm telling you, just work on these things. I am going to explain this in detail. In detail means properly with project, as well as in next lecture we'll solve some examples. Okay, so yeah, this is the one kind of question, this is the one kind of function where you'll use VLOOKUP and XLOOKUP. Okay, I hope you understand this thing. One more thing is VLOOKUP is vertical. Now this thing, if I transpose this, let me transpose this, paste, transpose rows and columns. So I am transposing this. Okay, now same question will solve. Find the product for 106, which is pen. Okay, now I am writing here VLOOKUP. Okay, we are finding 106 as a value, where we are finding in this thing. Okay, comma, and we want to we are finding in table. Okay, so I am selecting this table, correct, comma, from here we want to find a product. Product is on second, so I am dropping a second, and it will be true, and I am clicking the answer. So it is showing me 50, right? See, it is not working because it's meant to be for vertical, not for rows. Now I am writing same thing for XLOOKUP. So this is XLOOKUP. We want to find 106, where we want to find in this row, comma, and what we want in back. So we want category, and boom. Yeah, the answer is pen, right? And the correct answer is pen. So VLOOKUP will work on only vertical things. XLOOKUP will work for vertical as well as horizontal. In my opinion, apart from my interviews or other things, I will always use XLOOKUP because it's super easy. No need to calculate column and everything. Just put your lookup value, comma, where you want to find that column and what you want back that column. These three things, and you are sorted with XLOOKUP or VLOOKUP. My idea to memorize the formula is very simple. What I am looking for, where I am looking for, what I want. Three things. So your formula will be XLOOKUP in bracket, what you are looking for, which is your value, comma, where you are looking for that column. Third will be from what column you want a value. That will be your third thing, and you will get the answer. This is very simple, which is XLOOKUP. Okay. So I hope you understood this thing. Let's talk about next thing, which is left and right. Now this is again a very easy thing to understand. Okay. Now, so I used to work with last company, and I was an analyst over there, marketing analyst, and I used to clean the data for a WhatsApp marketing team, where we used to clean up the numbers which are wrong. Okay. In that thing, I used to do one more thing, which is clean up the data. So we were working for India, and the number used to be look like plus 91. So I'm showing you plus 91 plus 92 plus 93. Okay, this kind of numbers used to be there. Okay, so for now I am adding just random numbers. Okay, like this, like this, like this. Okay, so we used to add number, means we used to have number like this. Yeah, we used to choose number like this, and we want to choose only India numbers. So if you know, Indian number will start with 91. Now how I will filter this column, because this will be having almost 1 million plus rows, right? Then I will not do this manually. So what I will do, I will use a left option for this. Okay, so I'm writing here left. Okay, left, I'm clicking here, and comma, I will type 2. So what it will give me, it will give me a first two numbers like this. I will do for it. Okay, and then I will filter a column like this. I'm showing you for example. So I'll filter this. Okay, I will select all non-91 numbers. Okay, I will delete all the columns, all the rows which are there for 92, 93. Apart from 91, whatever it is there, it is a scrap data for me. I don't want that data, so I'll delete that data from my Excel sheet. Obviously I'll make a copy of original, and then I will delete. Okay, so for this use, you will use these things. Okay, this will be a multiple use cases, so I am telling you just one use case which I use in my real life. Okay, so in that sense you can do multiple things. For example, you want to, from this category names, you want to select first three letters. So you are clicking here, you are writing which is your left. Okay, left, you want first three letters from this, and you are putting yes. So you are getting first three letters from this thing. Okay, similarly you can do for right. If you want last 2-3 letters, then you can do it. So yeah, 3 letters you can do it. Now you'll ask me why we are using right. So right you can use for multiple things. For example, if you have 1 2 3 kind of numbers like this, and you watch last 3 numbers, last 4 number, let's say last 4 numbers you want to, you are writing left. Okay, last 4 numbers, right? Sorry, this will be a right actually. Okay, Now use case of this is very simple. Have you seen your credit card numbers? Whenever you will get message on your phone number, they'll hide your first few numbers, almost 12 numbers. They'll show you last 3 to 4 numbers to you only. Okay, because they want to make the privacy thing, they want to like don't break their privacy thing. That's why they will show you this credit card number has made this transaction and etc things. They will hide your starting number with star star star. Okay, so yeah, this kind of use cases will be there for you to use this left and right in your Excel sheets. Okay, now let's learn about next thing, which is LEN and TRIM. So LEN and TRIM is again very easy. So basically LEN will use for calculating the letters present in your cell. Okay, so if you see this, it's very simple. So see this, how it works. So basically this is your text 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9 10 11 12 13 14. So this is the length of your characters in your cell. If you want to calculate that, you will use the formula which is LEN. Now next is our trim. So for trim we'll use to cut out our white spaces. Let's say if you are having name which is here Bob, and 1 2 3 4 5 6, for example 5 spaces are there, it will remove 4 spaces, 1 space will be there. Now let me explain you. So for example, if I am writing trim, okay, and I am removing the spaces, okay, just write a trim and just select the cell, press enter. See, only one cell space is there. Okay, if you do formula, apply formula, then it will be a normal. It will remove these spaces between the names or whatever it is there. Okay, so this is the use of LEN and TRIM. Okay, now let's understand this formula. This formula is today. So basically if you want to automate something, some sheet where you want to change the value according to the date, today's date, so here you can write directly today. Okay, this is today. Okay, just close the bracket and enter it. So this is today's date, 8/10/2025. Yeah, so this is 10 August 2025. Now one more thing, which is now. Okay, now, so now you just close the bracket and here. So it will show you date plus time. For that you need to do what? You need to change it to date and time, so which is long date. Okay, sorry, which will be date and time. So you need to go for more numbers and here you will find, yeah, this one. See, date and time. So right now it's 8/10/25, 5:54 p.m. Now we'll wait for 5:55 p.m. so that we'll refresh the page. So whenever you want to do something automation kind of thing where you want your sheet to change dates and time automatically, then you need to use these two functions. And this is important. Sometimes you'll find that it is important, sometimes you will not use this function. Now it's almost 5:55, so let me refresh the page. See, it's 5:55 now, it's already changed. So similarly it will change. One more like thing is there. If you want to play with this, then you just go here -1, so it will reduce your 1 day, which is instead of 10 it's now 9 now. Okay, so yeah, you can calculate this thing also, or if you have any date, for example this date, so you just copy paste here and just minus this from this, so you'll get 190. So from 1st February 2025 to today it's 190 days gap. Okay, so this is the use of today and now. Okay, so I hope guys you have understood each and everything. If you have any questions, let me know in comment box. In next lecture we are going to explore about pivot tables and few more formulas. For example, XLOOKUP and VLOOKUP I am going to explain you in detail. Okay, so stay tuned for it. Hello everyone, hope you are doing well. Welcome to the free course where we are going to learn about 3 important Excel formulas which will come into advanced Excel. And these 3 formulas are: first is your SUMIFS, second is your COUNTIFS, and third will be your AVERAGEIFS. And these 3 important formulas are from advanced Excel where you will learn each and everything. So simply if I tell you, you have learned about SUMIF, AVERAGEIF and COUNTIF. These 3 formulas are used whenever there is only one condition. But if you have multiple conditions to like sum up or average or count, then you will use these formulas. These formulas are very important in terms of advanced Excel. So let's get started. Okay, so IFS function are very important functions where you will create an aggregate function with multiple conditions. Like we have learned about sum, average, count. These are the basic functions that we'll use in daily life. Plus, if we have some condition, then we'll use SUMIF, AVERAGEIF or COUNTIF. But if you have multiple conditions, then what you will do? For that, you will use IFS. If you know about ifs, that we are going to see in probably next lecture. Next is pivot table, and after that we are going to see conditions and conjunctions. In that lecture I am going to tell you how you can use ifs. Okay, ifs means you will get multiple conditions over there and you can use that in your regular functions. Okay, we'll talk about that. It is an advanced function in Excel, but right now we are talking about ifs functions. Okay, in ifs functions I am talking about SUMIFS, AVERAGEIF and COUNTIFS. Okay, now if I want to tell you, let me show you this example. So here you can see I have this table having ABC column. In A column there is region, B column is month and C column is sales. Okay, now I want to check what is the sales, total sales without any month or region. I don't want to consider that. Then I will use only sum formula where I'll write sum is equals to this range C1 to C4 and I'll get my answer. Okay, this is only for the sales calculation. Now I want to calculate, let's say I want to calculate sales for Jan month. Then I'll use SUMIF formula. In SUMIF formula I will select the condition and I will select the range. Okay, range I will select C1 to C4, and in condition I will select Jan should be the month should be Jan. That means B1 should be the Jan. Okay, and then I will use that formula to calculate Jan sales, and then I'll get the answer. But if I ask you, I want to see the region should be East, and in month of Jan, how much sales we have done in the region of East. And that is the problem here we are going to solve, which is they are asking region should be East and month should be January. For that we will use SUMIFS formula because we have multiple conditions. So according to the syntax of this formula, the formula should be in this way. First is your sum range. You need to select the sum range. So here you can see our C2 to C5 is our sum range. So you can see here in example also I have mentioned C2 to C5 as a sum range. Then criteria 1, criteria range 1. So what is criteria range? Criteria range should be, first should be your East. So your A2 to A5, that means A2 to A5 should be East. Okay, this is our first condition. And second is month of January. So here your B2 to B5 should be Jan. Okay, so this is the condition, and after entering this formula you will get this answer 15,000. Okay, and this is the calculation of sales East month in Jan. So you can manually do it here. East Jan 10,000, East Jan 5,000. So total will be 15,000 and that will be your answer. Now we'll solve 2 problems on the basis of this formula. Okay, you remember this formula, it's very easy and clear. SUMIF and in bracket you should mention the sum range, then criteria 1, criteria range 1, and then criteria 1, and then criteria range 2, criteria 2, comma criteria range 3. Like that you can mention multiple criterias. Now we have some data over here and we are going to solve it. Okay, now how we can solve it? First of all, we are going to solve SUMIFS. Okay, so here we are going to write the formula. They are asking calculate total sales for where region should be East. So this region should be East and category should be electronics. So this category should be electronics. Okay, so I'm writing the formula here. SUMIFS. Here you can see SUMIFS. Okay, SUMIFS. And what I am selecting the sum range. So what they are asking to calculate the total sales. So I am selecting this total sales and I am locking this. You can use F4 if you are using desktop version, or you can use this dollar sign in between this numbers. Okay, and then I am putting comma because our syntax is saying, you can see syntax over here, your sum range comma criteria range 1. So criteria range 1 will be this one. Okay, again I am locking this series. Then they are asking it should be ist. So in double inverted comma I am writing ist. See here you have put down your sum range, then you have put down your criteria range 1 and your criteria. In second I'll put the criteria range 2, which is the category thing. So I'm selecting here the category, I am locking this range here comma, then I am using which is our second criteria, which is electronics, double inverted comma and bracket complete. As right now we have only two criteria. First should be your this C column, which is region, should be ist, and your category should be electronics, that I have selected here and I am writing. Okay, and this is your answer. Okay, 1,35,135K is your answer, final answer. Okay, for this, where we are calculating total sales amount for East region and electronics category. Now similarly we'll solve the second question, where they are asking for calculate the total sales for product, laptop, and region is north. So this ranges can be changed, so don't worry about the range. So first you can put any criteria, like in first example we have put region as a criteria, in second we are putting product as a criteria, and then we are using region. Okay, so this interchange of the criteria doesn't matter. Okay, your answer will be right, there will be no effect on your answer because of this criteria interchange. Okay, so here I am writing formula again, SUMIFS. Okay, here sum range should be this one, our cells. Okay, you need to log this. I'll write the formula first and then I'll log that series. Okay, then we need to find product as a laptop. So product should be laptop 1. Okay, so comma, in bracket I'm writing laptop, comma, second criteria is region should be north, so I'm selecting region here. Okay, and should be north, and I am fixing the range again. Now I'm clicking on enter, and here is your answer. Okay, you can verify your answer here. So we are asking laptop, so this is the laptop, 1 2 3. These 3 are the products where there is a laptop, and they're asking for north, so this is north. Only 55,000 will be the answer. Okay, because only in north laptop is once only and it is showing 55,000. So this is the use of SUMIF function. If you have any doubt, please let me know in comment box. You can rewatch this video, okay, and you can solve your doubts by your own. Also you can use AI tool like ChatGPT to solve your formula errors. It will help you and it will give you suggestions also. So this was about SUMIFS. Now we'll talk about AVERAGEIFS. So AVERAGEIFS will use to get an average on multiple conditions. So if we have 2-3 more conditions like SUMIF, then we'll use this. For example, in this example I am telling you here average marks of subject is equals to math and class 10. So they are asking you need to find the average marks where subject should be a math and class should be a 10. Okay, so 10th class math subject you need to find the average. Okay, syntax will be very similar. Okay, where you will find the AVERAGEIFS will be your starting of your formula. Then here in SUMIFS we used to use sum range, and here we are using average range. Then criteria range 1 and criteria 1, then criteria range 2, criteria 2, criteria range 3, criteria 3, so on. Okay, this will be your syntax. Okay, so to solve this problem, what I'll do, I need to find the average marks of subject maths and the class should be 10. For that I will select the range. First of all, according to formula, the formula is asking for average range, so average range should be our marks. So I'll select D2 to D5, D2 to D5 as a average range, and then I will select the first criteria. So here I have selected first criteria, which is class is equals to 10, because asking class is equals to 10. So B2 to B5 is equals to 10, B2 to B5 is equals to 10, and C2 to C5 should be math. So second condition is math, then C2, so C5 should be math. Okay, and we have used this and the answer it is giving is 85. Because this table is very small, then you can easily see math 10th class, math 10th class, 80 plus 90 is equal to 170 and divided by 2 is equals to 85. So this will be your answer. Now we'll solve the AVERAGEIFS with the example. Okay, for that I have these two examples that we need to solve. Find the average sales for category should be furniture and region should be west. Now here I am writing the formula, which is average if. So average ifs and average range should be your find the average sales. Okay, so for that sales I am going to select, then comma, then your first criteria should be category is equals to furniture. So your category is here and I am selecting this, okay, comma, and I am using furniture. Okay, then I am using region is equals to west. So this is your region and I am selecting region, okay, and it should be west and the bracket complete. If I see the formula, okay, so first is our average range. Average range I have selected here, average range I have selected here, which is cells. Then this is our first criteria range that I have selected here, which is category, okay, E3 to E10, which should be furniture, and this is criteria range 2 where I am selecting the region area and there it should be a west. Then I am locking all the cells again. It is very important to lock your all cells, because if you are not locking these cells, it will collect the data from the blank cells also and your average will not be correct. So that's why it's very important to lock your range. And this is your answer, which is 12,000. Okay, 12,000 is your answer. So it is very evident. You can cross check this. You can solve this. You will get the link into the description to download this PPT as well as Excel sheet. Now next is find average units sold. So here again our formula will be average ifs and the average range should be this units, because this time they are asking for units sold. Okay, you can log this again, comma, your first criteria is region should be east. So this is our region. Okay, you can log the cell again, comma, it should be east, comma, second is category should be electronics. So I am selecting category, again locking the cells and bracket complete. Again I am going to explain this formula how I written. First is your average range. Average range should be your units. Then second will be your first criteria, which is region should be east. So I have selected region and it should be east, and then it should be a criteria category, and in category it should be electronics. And if I write the click enter, then it will give me answer. I can remove these decimals and the answer will be 6.7. the average is 6.7 units sold in the region of West in the category of electronic. I hope you understood average ifs also. Now we'll discuss about COUNTIFS. Okay, so next function is COUNTIFS, and COUNTIFS is we are using to count how many times this record is appearing in our sheet. Okay, and this is again important to count it multiple times. You need to count your rows multiple times, you need to count your product and other things. So this will help you to do that. Now this formula is little different from the average ifs and the SUMIFS, because in SUMIFS we used to select the sum range and in average if we used to select the average range. Okay, so here your formula directly starts with COUNTIFS and then it will jump to directly criteria range 1 and you will select the criteria, then criteria range 2 and criteria 2. Like this it will be again criteria range 3, criteria 3 and so on. Now let's understand with the help of example. So you can see here this is the problem that we are going to solve. First they are asking is the counter number of students who scored greater than or equal to 60 and gender is male. Okay, these are two criteria and according to our formula it will be very straightforward. First is criteria range should be 1. First is your criteria range 1 and then criteria 1. Okay, so here we are writing, so first is our B2 to B5, which is this B2 to B5, it should be male. Okay, because they are asking gender as a male, and scored should be greater than or equal to 60. So your score should be greater than or equal to 60, which is this D2 to D5, which is D2 to D5 should be your grade. Okay, and here if you write the formula and if you enter it, it will give you 2 as answer. So they are counting as a 2. Okay, and this will be your example. Now we'll solve everything with the help of our example, where I have a table and these are our question. First, count number of records where category is equals to your electronics and sales should be greater than 40,000. Okay, so I'm writing here. So our formula will be COUNTIFS. Okay, this is COUNTIFS I'm writing here. Okay, COUNTIFS, our criteria 1 is category should be electronics, so I am selecting category, and locking the cells, and it is asking for electronics. Second criteria is cells, which is I'm selecting cells here. Okay, it should be greater than or equal to 40,000. Okay, so this is greater than or equal to 40,000. Please remember one thing, that first you need to lock the range, then you need to put your criteria 1, then criteria range 2 and criteria 2. Now whenever you're putting anything which is in numbers or something, then again you need to put this into double inverted comma for this function. Okay, for other function, if you are writing the numbers, no need to write double inverted comma, but in this function you need to write double inverted comma. Okay, and I'm clicking enter here and it is showing 3, where so there are total 3 values, this one, okay, second one and third one, where your sales is more than 40,000 rupees and the category is electronics. Okay, and the answer is 3, which is correct. Now last question we are going to solve, and I will give all these sheets into the description, you can go there and download, which is count number of records where region is equals to north and unit is greater than equal to 4. Okay, so I'm writing the formula again here, COUNTIFS. Okay, COUNTIFS where the region is north. Okay, so the region is north, I'm writing here region is north, comma, the units should be greater than or equal to 4. Okay, and again I am locking the ranges over here. Let me explain you again this thing. First is our criteria 1 range, where I am selecting criteria 1 range here. Okay, region. Second, it should be north. Okay, criteria 1 should be north. Second criteria range, which is unit, it should be greater than equal to 4. Okay, and I'm clicking on the enter and it is showing 2 as an answer. Okay, so according to this you can use these functions and solve your problems. Okay, and this is the quick summary about SUMIFS. So SUMIFS you will use whenever you want to add values with multiple conditions. AVERAGEIFS you will use whenever you want to average values with the multiple conditions, and COUNTIFS you are using when you need to count records with multiple conditions. And the syntax is very simple, where you will start with simple SUMIFS formula and you need to mention sum range, criteria range 1, criteria 1, criteria range 2, criteria 2, criteria range 3, criteria 3, and so on. Okay, similarly for AVERAGEIFS you need to write AVERAGEIFS, then average range, criteria range 1, criteria 1, criteria range 2, criteria 2, criteria range 3, and criteria 3. Okay, for the AVERAGEIFS. But COUNTIFS you don't need to select average range or sum range like this. There is no count range for this formula. It will directly start with criteria range 1, criteria 1, criteria range 2, and criteria 2. Okay, so I hope you guys have understood each and everything. So we'll see you in next lecture. In next lecture we'll be learning about pivot tables. Hello everyone, hope you are doing well. In this video we are going to discuss about our pivot tables. In last lecture we have learned about most important advanced Excel formulas, which is SUMIFS, COUNTIFS, and your AVERAGEIFS. Now in this lecture we are going to learn how you can replace all these complex formulas with one table, and that is also a dynamic table. If I tell you what is the difference between a normal table and the dynamic table or a pivot table, so in normal table once you added your values it will not change, but if I talk about the pivot table, if you are adding some values you can change by using some drop downs, you can drag and drop and everything will change. And this is most important function in each and every data analyst work. So I hope you will understand each and everything that I am explaining. If you have any questions related to the technical part of Excel or any other thing, you can mention in the comment box. Okay, so let's get started. So guys, in this video we are going to learn about pivot tables. Now what is pivot tables? So basically pivot table is the table which help you to automate the thing. Now let's consider if you have one data and from that you have created one table using some XLOOKUP or other formulas, or you have manually put up the numbers over there, then your table will look like this, right? And in this table it's very evident that once you updated the numbers you cannot change those numbers. But pivot table is the table where you can change the numbers, you can change the rows, columns, values, everything you can change, plus you can add the filters into the pivot table. Now what is pivot table? First of all, let's understand that thing. So in pivot tables you will find multiple rows and columns of the data, and from that data you need to come up with some table which will be your end result of your data. Means you will analyze something out of it. It can be related to sales, it can be related to finance, it can be related to anything, but at the end of the day we'll find some analysis, we'll find some extract out of that data, and that thing will derive through a pivot table. Now what is pivot table? Simply you have this data. Okay, you can see here on this presentation, you can see there are multiple columns. First is date, second is region, then product, unit sold, and sales amount. Now these are the columns here, and let's say if I ask you question like which region had the highest sales, will you be able to tell me by looking at this data? No. Okay, next question is what was our top product last quarter? Will be able to answer this using this data? The answer is no. That's why you want pivot table for this. Okay, so we'll learn what is pivot table. Before going to that, let me tell you what is pivot table and how you can create that table with the help of infographics. So basically you have this where you will find the raw data that we have discussed, that we'll have raw data. Then what you need to do first is you need to just select the raw data. Okay, whatever data table you are having or sheet having, you need to select that. We'll go and see the practically, but right now I'm telling you how you can create that table. Okay, so first of all you need to select and insert a pivot table. You will find this option in Google Sheets as well as Excel sheets. And in this video we are going to see about both of the sheets. The interface is little different, but the concept is very simple and easy, and it is applicable for both Google Sheets and Microsoft Excel. Okay, so then you need to build a report. How you can build a report? Once you created the table, you will find 4 options over there. First will be your rows, second will be your column. This will be a filter. I have created this using AI, so it is showing wrong. Here it will be filter, and fourth will be your values. Okay, I'll before sharing this graphic, I'll edit this and will let you know, but 4 things will be there. Okay, and this all 4 things you can use using the pivot table. Then you can customize your calculation. Okay, these things we are going to see: sum, average, count, max, and minimum in pivot table. How can you use it? So this is your values. Okay, this one is your values. Then this is your filter. You can see here filter. You can apply filters of multiple things. Then it will be your rows and column. Rows and column will be as it is, whatever it will be there. Then you can customize your dimensions or color pattern or whatever it is there. You can customize the theme, and you can filter for the focus. Means there will be multiple things you can filter according to your choice. Okay, that we are going to see through a practical example. Okay, so basically pivot table is the table where you don't need any formula or something. It will give you the extract of your whole data. Okay, including sum, if you want sum, average, percentage change, whatever you want to calculate, you can calculate using the pivot table. Now these are the steps, and we are going to follow same steps on the Excel sheet. The first step is we need to create our canvas. Okay, we'll create one sheet where we need to enter our data. So data will enter. Okay, then pivot table, we need to do this pivot table thing. We need to just insert a pivot table. Then we'll see this thing. Okay, in this thing we'll get 2-3 things. First is data range. Whatever table range you are having, that we'll select here, and then we need to select whether you want to work with new worksheet or you need to work with existing worksheet. Okay, these are 2 things we need to do, and we'll do this on our Excel sheet. Okay, so for that I have this already have this data to create one pivot table. Now what I am doing, I am selecting whole A, B, C, D, E column to create a pivot table. Okay, I am going on to insert and I am clicking on the pivot table. Okay, so once you create pivot table, you will find multiple things here. Okay, first is table range. We have selected table range, whatever A to E we have selected, you can see here. Okay, then new worksheet or existing worksheet. If I click on new worksheet, it will create one sheet, extra sheet here, new sheet as a pivot table. And if you want to work with existing worksheet, you can select here existing worksheet and then just click here in any cell where you want to start your pivot table, and it will get reflected over here. Okay, and click on OK. Okay, so this will be your starting of the pivot table where you are inserting the pivot table. Now you have inserted the pivot table. Now how you can insert it, I'll tell you again. First you need to just select your table area, then you just go to insert, and insert you need to select the pivot table. Okay, I'll tell you again. Just I'm selecting this range, then I'm clicking on pivot table. You will find the table range over here, and you will get two options whether you want to insert this pivot table in new worksheet or you want to continue with your existing worksheet. Okay, here I have selected existing. Now I am showing you how you can select the new one. So if I click on new worksheet, then it will create a new worksheet. Okay, this is sheet 2 and you can find your table here. See, it is written here pivot table 2. One more thing, if you click on this pivot table area, then it will show you this thing. If you click outside, it will go away. Okay, that pivot table menu will go away. If I am clicking on it, it will come here. Okay, let's go back to our sheet number 1 where we'll see how we can create a pivot table. Now this pivot table area I am clicking here. Okay, now here there are multiple things that you can see here. Okay, now it's very simple to create a pivot table. Now you can see here are multiple things. Let's understand the data first. We have date, region, product, units sold and sales amount. Now my question is, please tell me for what region, what sales amount we have got. Okay, now for that what I am doing, I am selecting the region and I am putting region into rows. Okay, see, region into rows. Now if you are putting anything from here into rows, then you will get that in vertical format. Remember, because you are putting something under rows, so you will get vertical format, means it will form a row. Now this is row formation. Okay, this is row formation. If you want to put region into the columns thing, you can put this into columns thing. Okay, it will create columns for you. Okay, but I don't want columns, I want in rows. And then what I want, sales amount. So sales amount I am putting into values. So whatever you are putting as a value means number. Okay, whatever number you are having, you should put into values. Now this is the sum of my sales amount. Okay, if I want to change it to something else, let's say if I want average sale per region, then what I'll do, I'll click on the drop down and I will find value field setting. From here I can change the value to average and it will convert to average. Now I have the average sales amount for each and every region. Okay, like this, whatever data you are having, you can create a pivot table for it and you can create a pivot table. Now we'll add more filters to it. For example, I want to see the sales amount for the region date wise. Now I want to put date as a filter into my table, so I am putting date as a filter. Now from here you can select whatever date you want. Okay, let's say I am selecting this date. Okay, this is first month of 2024. I am selecting this and it is showing me an average sales amount for month of January in 2024 for each and every region. Now let's change the values, and instead of region, I don't want region and I don't want to date as a filter. I am removing region and again I am removing the sales amount. Now I want to see which product has how much sale. So I am putting this product into rows. Okay, and I'm putting the units sold into values. Okay, so I am getting to know that total unit sold of headphones are 575. So according to this, I can easily find what is my sum of units sold, total units sold. I can find that here. Okay, according to that you can use here. There are multiple things that you can do. For example, I am removing this all things and I am putting date into the columns. Okay, and I am putting my product into the rows, and whatever sales amount I am getting, I am putting into values. Now if you can see here, okay, I am selecting all. So you can see I am getting my product sales according to the date. You can see here there are multiple dates that I can get here. Okay, now why it is showing blank? Because at the end of this column we have blank cells, that's why it is showing blank. Okay, so this is the meaning of pivot table. You can use the pivot table like this. Also you can edit your pivot table, you can do multiple things. You can do one more thing. For example, you can add sub points to this. Okay, for example, I am removing product and I am putting the region over here, and under region I am putting the product. Okay, now you can see here in East what was the product that is sold, and dates are here. You can remove the dates, it will give you a overview. So for example, in East region I have sold these 3 products and this is the sales amount. Okay, if you want to hide region, if you want directly region wise sales, total sales, then you can do from here. Okay, like this you have the region wise sales, plus you have the grand total, how much amount you have sold. Okay, how much gadget you have sold and how much amount you have got. Okay, so this is the use of pivot table. Apart from that, you can add one more value, which is units sold, into this, and this will tell you how many unit you have sold. Okay, so what you are getting to know, region, in what region what product you have sold, plus what was the sales amount and how many unit you have sold. If you want to see what was the average amount sold, then you can just simply go to your sales amount, you put your sales amount to this values. Okay, and in this you can go to this drop down and then click on value field setting, and here you can go to average. Okay, so it will give you average sales amount for your same region, and this is the value that you are getting. Okay, so according to this you can use your pivot table and you can solve lots of problems. I will give this sheet to you to practice each and everything from scratch. Also I have one more sheet which is Google Sheet, and here also you can insert your table like this. Just select your columns, then click on insert and click on pivot table. Okay, once you click on pivot table, you will find same option, new sheet or existing sheet. I want to create an existing sheet and I am clicking the here I am creating table here. Okay, and selecting OK. Okay, and then I'm clicking on create. Okay, and here you will get the things, same things, rows, columns, values and filters, everything will be same. There you will get box, here you will not get box. Okay, and if you want to see what is your sales according to region, just put your region to rows and put your sales amount into values. Okay, so in this way you can easily find the answers of your pivot table. You can create easily pivot table. According to that, you can do one more thing. In Google Sheet you can do one more thing. You can just this you can click here, percentage of row, percentage of column, percentage of grand total. You can add these things. Then you can click and change your aggregate from here, maybe some, or you want average, mean, max, whatever you want, you can click change from here. Also you can change the table sorting according to your rows or whatever you are putting over here. Then for example, if I am putting on ascending, so it is already in ascending. If I am putting on descending, it will sort the result on the basis of the values. Okay, for now I am putting as a ascending. Okay, so this is the use of pivot table in your Google Sheets. Okay, now let's go back to our PPT and I'll summarize this how you can create the pivot table. Okay, so first step is very simple. You just need to create here your whatever table is there. You need to just select and click on insert and click on pivot table. Then here range will be there. You can cross check your range and then click on the new worksheet or existing worksheet. If you are clicking on existing worksheet, please select a cell so that it will create a table in that cell only. Then you will find one cell or a field, pivot table field, where you can play with it. Okay, there you will get 4 options. First is filter, to focus on a subset of your data, means whatever you want to filter, whatever parameter you want to select for filter, you can select that. Then columns will be help you to just create a column, means for example dates, you are creating date, so date 1, date 2, date 3, and it will help you to create the column. Then rows you want to creating rows. It's very simple, right? No need to explain over there. And the values means whatever numerical things you want to calculate, that you will put into value section. So for example, if you are putting your value into rows, then it will create a one column where you will have multiple values, so that it can put your all values into your right hand side and it will create a rows. Okay, so this is the use of rows. Just like that, we have created one report where we are talking about the sales amount region wise. Here we are talking about sales amount region wise. So similarly you will get here. I told you if you want to change your values, then you can just click on the your drop down, and then you will find a value field setting. From there you can change whatever you want to select, whether you want to select sum, count, average, mean, max, you can select from there. Then if you want to expand your result, if you want to add more product data, if you want to add unit data, if you want to add dates, you can select the columns. You can just drag down your cell, you can drag down your column into the column section. Okay, whatever field you are having, that you can just select and put into a column section, and like that you will find your dimension. Okay, and according to that you are creating your dimension. Here in filters I have already explained, you can select on the basis of date, or you can select on the basis of your region. You can select in region also. If you put region into the your filter section, then it will show you result according to your selection, whatever region you have selected. Then you can select the design also. Let me show you how can select your design. So here if you go to this cell and if you click on the pivot table, so here you will get multiple options. You can refresh your pivot table, you can change data source that we mostly not required, and here you can hide the rows headers. Okay, see, you can see here it is hiding it. Okay, then if you want to deselect your column headers, that you can select from here, and from here you can change your color of your table. Okay, so like this you can change your color of the table. Then you can add it banded rows, means if you want to highlight that, you can add this thing. Okay, so this is all about the pivot table, where you are creating pivot table, you are formatting pivot table, you are changing the numbers, and you are changing the fields, and you are getting your you are converting your normal table into a dynamic table. Also you can convert your raw data into a proper structured table, where you can create the table, and from that you can extract some insights. So I hope guys you have understood this thing also. So next lecture we'll learn about formatting and reporting and the charts. So I hope you understood each and everything. See you in next lecture. Thank you. Hello everyone, hope you are doing well. This is the lecture 6. In this lecture we are going to see condition and conjunctions. So if you don't know about conditions and conjunctions, this lecture is very important for you guys. Here there will be total 6 functions. 3 will be conditions and 3 will be conjunctions. And in conjunctions there will be 3 functions. First is and, second is or, and third is not. So without wasting my time, let's get started. Whatever you are going to learn, all the sheets and PPT are given into the description. You can go there and download and practice. So here we are going to see conditions and conjunctions. Okay, now what is the conditions and conjunction in Excel? Let's understand that. So here are few functions that I have written. First is if, then ifs, and, or, not, if error. Okay, now if you see, it's very simple. Conditions are if, ifs, and this one if. Again, this is the combination. This if and if error is a combination if and error. Okay, so this is called as again condition. I am calling it as a condition. And this and or and not, these are conjunctions. If you are from engineering background, you must know about the gates. And gate, or gate, not gate, these kind of things are there that we are going to learn in this lecture. Okay, so these are the conditions and conjunctions in Excel. Now let's jump to our first function, which is if. Okay, now what is if? If is very basic conditioning checking. We'll check some condition. We can see what is the if. Check condition and returns one value if it is true or a false. Okay, so we'll write some formula where we have this syntax. You can see here, if we will put one condition over here. This is nothing, logical test means condition. Okay, we'll put this condition here, and value will check. If the value is true, then it will rewrite true. Okay, if the value is false, then it will write false. Okay, and true and false, instead of true and false, we can use our customized text also. For example, in true I want to write pass, in false I want to write fail. So I can write these things. One more thing, that if you want to write something here, for example in true I want to write pass, then you can write pass in double inverted comma. And if you want, instead of false you want to write fail, FAIL, then you can write fail over here in double inverted comma. It will print according to your text. Okay, now let's understand how we can use this on Excel. Before that, I'm going to tell you this example on PPT, then we are going to go to Excel. So this is first is if, that we have used this if formula. then there will be a bracket. Okay, then as I told you, this will be a condition that we are putting. So here you can see A2 must be greater than or equal to 40. So this is our condition. If it is getting satisfied, then first value will be true, so it will print pass. If the value is not greater than 40, then it will print fail. Okay, whatever fail we have written here, it will print fail. So if, for example, if the value is 55, which is shown here, it will write pass, and if the value is 32, it will write fail, because 55 is greater than 40 and 32 is lesser than 40. Okay, so this is our condition that needs to be satisfied. Now we are going to see this thing on Excel sheet. So here we have data, which is student ID, name, department, and exam score and result. And the question is, create a column result, which is result, and the condition is pass if the exam score is greater than 40 and fail if it is lesser than 40. Okay, so we will create a formula. We'll write the formula over here. For that, what we'll enter is equals to if. Okay, and in logical test we'll put our condition, which is if exam score, which is this cell, I'm selecting this, if it's equal to or greater than, so I'm writing is greater than or equal to 40, okay, comma, here it should be pass, PASS, comma, or it will be a fail person. Okay, the result will be fail. Okay, like this you can write your formula and complete the bracket. Okay, and if you put this, it will show you pass. Okay, like this simply you can drop down your formula. It will show only one person fail, which is 104 Neha, having 38 marks, which has failed this exam. Okay, so according to this you can write your if formula in this thing. If I have already covered, so I am just giving you a brief, because other conjunctions and the multiple condition thing that we are going to learn is totally based on the if function. Okay, so like this you can do your if functions, you can write the if function. Okay, if I tell you again, then simply what you need to do, you need to just put your formula here is equals to, and you write if. Okay, give open bracket, then you can select your logical test. Logical test is saying if your exam score is greater than or equal to 40, then please write pass. Okay, if it is not greater than or equal to 40, then write fail. So I am writing fail over here. Okay, bracket complete, and this is your result. Okay, and you can simply drag it down and it will show you your result. Okay, so in this way you can write your if function. Okay, simply for what you need to do, just write if bracket open, then you write a logical test, which was our if A2 is greater than 40, greater than equal to 40, write pass in double inverted comma, or you can write fail double inverted comma, and your bracket complete. You can see same formula we have written here, and this will be the output. Okay, so this is the use of if. Now let's go to ifs. Now if and ifs is same. In if you will have one condition, in ifs you have multiple condition. If you remember, in first of our function, which is if, there was a logical condition here, right? Logical condition, and it was like A2 should be greater than equal to 40, then write pass. Okay, same thing, but here what we'll do, we'll add one more condition. Second condition will be like and A2 should be greater than or equal to 30. Okay, then you write fail. Whatever, it's like I'm giving example. Similar example I have written here. So whenever you will get the grades, this formula will be used. Okay, so here you can see that A2, if it is greater than or equal to 80, then write A. Okay, if A2 is greater than or equal to 60, write B. If A2 is greater than or equal to 40, write C. If A2 is lesser than 40, then write fail. Now you will say, for example, I have 90. Okay, I have 90. So 90 is greater than or equal to 80, correct? This condition is getting satisfied. It's greater than 60. Yes, it is greater than 40. So 3 conditions are getting satisfied. Then what it will print? It will print A, B or C. So for that, it's very evident that if stops at the first true condition, so order matters. So you cannot write A2 is greater than 40 and then A2 is greater than or equal to 80. This you cannot write, right? Otherwise it will print this as a C function, as a means for 90% person it will get C grade. Okay, it should not be there. Whatever your first condition will get satisfied, it will stop there. That's why if I am putting 90, then you know, let me clear this. That's why if I put 90 as my input, then it will get satisfied here because 90 is greater than or equal to 80. So it will get satisfied here and it will print A. Similarly, if I put 75, then is 75 greater than or equal to A? No, then it will not satisfy the condition. Is it greater than or equal to 60? Yes, then it will write B over here. Okay, so like this you can use this formula. This is very simple. So now we can see according to our example. So in example it is showing, please calculate these grades, and they have given us grades table here, and we can pick the conditions from here and we can put the conditions here. Okay, so I'll write the formula very simply here. So what they're asking, we need to calculate our grades. So here I am writing the formula ifs. Okay, so ifs, the first condition is it should be greater than or equal to 80, then you can write A. So I am clicking on the exam score and I am writing it should be greater than or equal to 80, then please write A. Okay, this is our first condition. Second condition, it is showing your D2 is greater than or equal to 60, then please write B. Okay, if your grade, which is exam score, if it is greater than or equal to 40, then please write C. If your grade, which is this 65, is less than 40, okay, then please write fail. Okay, and bracket complete and enter. So it is showing B grade. So according to our logic, it's right, because 65 is greater than 60 but lesser than 80. That's why it is showing grade as a B. If you drag it down, it will show you only 1% failed, which is Neha, and it is showing it is lesser than 38. Okay, it is lesser than 40, which is 38. That's why it is showing fail. So you can see here, you can calculate it. If you want to sort this, you can easily sort this. Okay, just apply filter and sort is by your grade A to Z. Okay, so you can see here it is properly map the grades. If it is greater than 80, it is showing you AA. If it is greater than 60 but under 80, then it is showing BB. If it is greater than 40 and under 60, then it is going to show you CC. And if it is lesser than 40, then it will show you fail. Okay, according to this you can use ifs condition. Now it was very simple because it was only one positive condition. Let's say if you have something where you want to use two conditions, both condition must be satisfied. Like in earlier example, you can see here it was like if first condition is getting satisfied, then we'll write that. If it is not getting satisfied, we'll go to second. If it's not getting satisfied, we'll go to third. If it is not getting satisfied, we'll go to fourth, 5, 6. Like this it will work. Okay, but let's say if you want something where you should match both the criteria, your first condition should get satisfied and second also get satisfied, then and then only you will get the answer. Then for that we'll use logical operators like and, or, and not. Okay, so you can see here it is very clear that and should be both condition must be true. So for example, I am writing that your salary should be greater than 50k and your age should be greater than 18, and then only you can join my company. Okay, there are two conditions. First is salary condition and second is age condition. Okay, so for that I will use and. If both are right, then you can join my company. Okay, this is very simple. Second is or. Or means I don't care, either your age should be 18 or your salary should be 50k. You can join my company. Then here the condition is or, 1 or 2. Okay, if anything works, you can join my company. Third is not. Reverse the result. Means this condition usually will not use anywhere, because this is useless for my point of view. Because if you have if, okay, then you will not use not. So for example, if I want to write x is greater than 10, okay, and if it is greater than 10, then write true. Okay, so for example, x is my 11 is greater than 10, yes, then I'll write true. If x is not greater than 10, please write false. 11 is not greater than 10, it is, then it will write true. Same thing it is writing, just the symbol is getting changed. Okay, that's why I called this useless function, because if I have right, then I'll write true. No, I don't want to write false here. Okay, so that's why I'll use if not function. But as it is in our syllabus, we'll go through it. We'll check what examples we can solve with this. So first condition is our AND, where we'll understand both condition must be true. Okay, both should be true and anyone should not be a false condition. Okay, then example, if you see if we'll always use AND with if. Okay, because there is no function called AND, this is conjunctions, we'll use this in formula. For example, if A2 is greater than 50,000 and B2 is greater than 2, will give bonus or will not give bonus. Okay, on this basis we'll do this thing. Now both condition, if both condition is getting satisfied, ki that guy is earning 60,000 rupees and he is having experience of 3 years. Okay, B2 should be greater than 3 years, then we'll give bonus. If it is lesser than, let's say 40,000 and he is having 3 years of experience, then will not give him a bonus. We'll say no bonus, because in both conditions should get satisfied. Here both conditions are getting satisfied. Here only one condition is getting satisfied and second is not getting satisfied, then we'll not write it as a bonus, we'll write as a no bonus. Okay, we'll see this on the example. So we'll see example also. So basically bonus eligibility criteria is department should be sales and monthly sales should be greater than or equal to the target, and the experience should be greater than or equal to 2. Okay, so for that we need to write the formula. Okay, so formula, if you know, it's very easy. Here we'll write if, okay, and inside that we'll write and. Okay, now you know that your department should be sales, so we'll select the department and is equal to, it should be equal to sales. Okay, comma, and second is monthly sale is equal to or greater than target. So monthly sale is this, it should be greater than or equal to the target, and the target is here, so I'm clicking target here, comma, and the experience should be greater than or equal to 2. So experience should be greater than or equal to 2. Okay, then I'm completing bracket. Okay, because I have to complete this, then I'm writing here comma. So let's understand what I am doing. I am using AND function so that we can use multiple condition over there. Okay, so here I am writing if, the normal formula, then I am writing AND function. Okay, in that our first condition is department should be sales, means your department should be sales. So this is your department, it should be sales. So here C2 should be sales. Then next is E2 should be greater than or equal to F2, means your monthly sales should be greater than or equal to target, and last will be your experience should be greater than or equal to 2. So this is D2, which is your experience should be greater than or equal to 2. Here I have written it. Okay, so these are our conditions that we have written over here. Now if you know the if formula that I am explaining here, if is equals to, here you will write logical condition, comma, true, comma false. This is your condition. So you can observe their formula. So here we write if and this thing till this 2. This is our logical conditions. Okay, so we have written here, and then we need to write true and false. So here we'll write something like double inverted comma, we'll write yes, because if bonus eligibility, if he is eligible for it, then we'll write yes. If it is not, then we'll write no here. Okay, now we just complete the code. So I am closing this bracket because this is our logical condition, and then in double inverted comma I am writing here yes, comma, double inverted comma, no, double inverted comma, and I am completing this. Okay, so here I am missing the comma, so I am giving the comma and I am clicking here, and it is showing no, because this guy is not eligible for the bonus because he don't have 2 years plus experience or 2 years experience, greater than 2 year experience. He don't have monthly salary is equal to target or greater than the target. So like this I am dragging down this formula, and you can see here only one person is eligible for the bonus, which is Anita, having 2 plus more experience or equal to or greater than 2. Then her sales, monthly sales is greater than or equal to target, and the department is sales. Okay, like this you can write the formula. So if I go back to question, it is asking us to find the eligibility for the sales employees, whether they are eligible for this bonus or not. For that we have 3 conditions, which is sales department should be sales, then the monthly sales should be greater than the target, and third will be the experience, it should be greater than equal to 2. Okay, so here we have written the condition. So you can see if C3 is sales, which is sales department, it should be sales department, which is here the sales department is there. Then your E3 is greater than F3, greater than or equal to F3. Your E3, which is monthly sales, should be greater than or equal to the target. Here only one condition, here only one row is there where the monthly sales is greater than the target, and the last condition is experience should be greater than or equal to 2. So this is greater than or equal to 2, which is 4. That's why it is showing yes over here. So I'll share this sheet in description, you can go and practice over there. So next is a OR condition, where your at least one condition should be true. Okay, either condition 2 should be true, single condition should be true. Okay, so the syntax is very simple: or condition 1, condition 2, condition 3, condition 4. You can write like this. An example here, I have given example: if or A2 is student, okay, or A2 is senior, then write discount or no discount. So if A2 should be student, if he is student, then you can give it discount. If he is student but he is not senior, then again also you can give you discount. Okay, because it's only one condition. If the A2 is senior and not a student, then also you'll get the discount, but he is not student, not senior, then he'll not get any discount. Okay, so this is very simple for the use of OR. We'll see with the example. Here we have condition where we need to write if. So let's understand the question first. Training required. If yes, if exam score is lesser than 50, then yes. If experience is lesser than 1, then also he need a training. Okay, now we will write the formula here. See, there are 2 conditions: if the score is lesser than 50 or the experience is lesser than 1. Okay, any of this condition is getting satisfied, then he need to go to the training, and the answer will be yes. Okay, so here I am writing the formula if, and in the under the if we are writing or. Okay, because we are using or condition. If the exam score is lesser than 50, okay, so exam score is here. If it is lesser than 50, so I'm writing lesser than 50, comma, if the experience is lesser than 1. Okay, here you can see if inside the logical condition I am writing here or E2, which is exam score, is lesser than 50, and D2, which is experience, is lesser than 1, then I am closing this bracket because only 2 conditions are. Then we are writing yes. Okay, otherwise we'll write no, and the bracket complete. Okay, so you can see here, if the exam score is lesser than 50, it is 65. Okay, and the year of experience is greater than 1. Okay, so none of this condition is getting satisfied, so that's why no. Now where we can see the exam score is lesser than 50, here you can see the lesser than 50 score is here, where the score is 38 and another is here which is lesser than 44. Okay, these two rows are there where the exam score is lesser than 50. So you can see here 38 is the value where the first condition is getting satisfied, where exam score is less than 50, and 44 is there where exam score is less than 50. So according to our OR formula, if any of these two condition is getting satisfied, then you should write yes. So here you can see the condition is getting satisfied. But you can see the experience here is 0.5 years, which is lesser than 1. Both are condition getting satisfied. If both conditions are getting satisfied, still it will write yes. If any of this condition is getting satisfied, still it will write yes. Okay, here none of the condition is getting satisfied, that's why it is writing no. Okay, that's very easy. Any of this condition should get satisfied. Okay, so this is the use of OR conjunction. Now next is NOT. NOT is reverse the result. So whatever result you want, it will reverse it. Okay, either condition should be true, and NOT is the condition where if not A2 is greater than 18, then not eligible, and if it is greater than 18, then it's eligible. So simply, for example, if I am writing if, and in if I am writing A2 is greater than 18, so I'll write here eligible. If it is not, then I'll not eligible. So this is the reverse by using the NOT function. Okay, there is no that much applications in the data analytics or data science, but we'll use this function multiple times. Now we'll solve this question using the example. Okay, so here the question is non-sales employees. If the department is not sales, then write false. So question is here where non-sales employees we need to find. True if the department is not sales, and if it is sales, then it should be false. So here we'll write if not. Okay, if not, the department is equals to sales, comma, if not department is equals to sales, then we'll write here true, or we'll write false. See, this is the sales department. See, true if the department is not the sales. So this is not the sales. Okay, it is the sales, that's why it is writing the false. And if, okay, you will get confused again, I want to tell you. True if the department is not the sale. 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 But if it is sales, then you should write false. You should write false. You should write false. So what it is saying, non-sales employees, yes, false, false, true, true. So whether these employees are non-sales employees, yes, true. So HR is not sales employees. Okay, that's why you're writing true. So this is the useless function that I'll call always, because not is not using anywhere. Okay, so we'll use if and we'll close this thing. Now next function is IFERROR. So IFERROR is very easy function, okay, where you are using this function to replace errors like this one, div divided by 0. This is NA and the value. So this is the function that you will use to handle the errors, okay, so that you will get the clean output. Okay, so like for example syntax if error, okay, here you will write value and value if error. Okay, that I'll explain you what is this. Okay, then example, if error a by 2 is 0, then you will write here 0. Okay, so if b2 is 0, let's say anything is divided by 0, it will show NA. So instead of NA, it will show 0. Okay, so this is the user formula. Commonly used in VLOOKUPs, XLOOKUP, division formula and data clearing dashboards. Okay, so we'll use this in dashboards. So here is the question. We'll solve this question and we'll get to know how we can find the, you can use the IFERROR function. Okay, for example, create sales ratio. We need to create a sales ratio here where numerator will be target and denominator will be monthly sales. So basically we'll divide target by monthly sales. Okay, and I am writing here this is our sales ratio and I am dragging it down. Okay, so it will show me this error div, so I don't want this error. So for that, what I'll do, if you know the if error formula, then you can simply go to if error. Okay, I'll show here value, so whatever value you want to do. Okay, so I want to get a ratio of target divided by monthly sales. Okay, then I will give comma here, because if it is showing value, then this is the value that I am looking to calculate, and if the value is showing error, then what I need to write, I'll write 0. Okay, this is the comma and I'm clicking enter. Okay, and then I'm dragging it down. See here, instead of div it is showing 0, so I am doing this thing. So you can see here 1.4, 9.6, everything is 0. So your division was showing some error. We are eliminating those errors by using if error formula. If error formula is simple. If error you need to write. Okay, then you need to calculate value. For example, I need to calculate target divided by sales. Then I'm writing that, then I'm giving comma and I'm giving 0. If it is showing error, then it will put 0. Okay, and then I'm dragging it down. Okay, so this is the 0. Okay, so in this way you can simply write your formulas and you can get whatever you want. And this will be the end of our this lecture, where we have learned if, ifs, and, or, not error. If we are using for single condition, if we have multiple conditions, we'll use ifs, and we'll use for satisfy all the conditions, all condition must be true. Then we'll use or, where any one condition should be true. Then not is reverse the logic. Okay, there is no logic behind the not, but sometimes it may be useful. Okay, and last will be error handling. So if you want to clean your errors, then you will use the if error formula. If it is showing div divided by 0, or it is showing error, or whatever it is showing, or it is showing na, then you will use this if error formula. Okay, so I hope you understood this thing. Now in next lecture we'll learn about match function. I know you have learned about VLOOKUP and XLOOKUP. So in next lecture we'll learn about the match functions, where we'll be understanding about index, match, regex extract, regex place, regex text, and regex match. So these are the match functions that we are going to learn in next lecture. So I hope you have understood each and everything about conjunctions and conditions. Next lecture we are going to see about match functions. In match functions there are multiple functions like match, index. Then we are going to see about regex extract, regex match, regex text. These are multiple conditions and the functions that we are going to see in next lecture. So whatever you have learned, please go to the description, download the sheets and practice it. In next lecture we'll learn about match functions. So see you in next lecture. Thank you for watching this video. Thank you. Hello everyone, hope you are doing well, and in this lecture we are going to see about match functions and regex functions. So if you don't know about match functions, so there are multiple match functions like match and index, and we'll learn how we can use both functions simultaneously like index match. And apart from that we are going to see regex functions. In regex functions there are multiple functions like regex extract, regex text, regex match, and regex replace. So these all functions we are going to see in this lecture. So let's get started. Whatever you are learning in this lecture, you will get all the Excel sheet and the PPT link into the description. You can go there and download and start your practicing. So here we are having 6 functions totally, and if I explain you, so there are index, match, and then we will use this together, which is index match, and after that there will be regex extract, then regex replace, regex text, and regex match. So these are the 6 functions that we are using in this lecture, and here we are going to see how we can use these functions. So basically these functions are like VLOOKUP and XLOOKUP will match the text, or we match something to derive something. So in input we'll give something which is, for example, I am giving one table where you need to find the salary of an employee, and I am giving you employee ID. Out of that employee ID, you need to find, using that employee ID, you need to find the salary of the employee. So that is the use of your match functions. Apart from that, the regex functions are the function that we are going to use to find something. It's like find and replace kind of thing. Okay, so there are multiple things that you can do. For example, here you can do extract the text. For example, you have one paragraph, and from that paragraph you need to find something where a movie name is written, so you can extract that text from using the extract text. Next is replace text. If you want to replace something, that you can use validate pattern. If you want to find something, for example, you have email ID and you need to find their domain name. For example, for people will have @gmail.com, few people have @yahoo.com. So like this you can extract the some particular pattern from the text. For that we'll use the validate. And last one is your regex match, where we will match the function. For example, you have some word like cricket and you need to match that cricket word with the paragraphs where the cricket word is existing in that paragraph or not. For that we will use this match criteria, which is regex match function. Okay, now we'll see what functions we are having and how we are going to use it. So first of all, we'll see match, then index, and we'll use this combine function to find the values. Okay, now here it is very simple that you can see index match is one of the most important factor or most important question asked by any interviewer for data analytics interview. Okay, and match we are using for find the position of value. Okay, I have example also, I have syntax also, we are going to see that. So first of all, let's understand this match function mostly will use with inside if, mostly will use inside if, or will use index and match both together. Mostly nobody will use this match function separately, but we are going to see how you can use that function separately. Okay, so match function is written like this: match, then lookup value and lookup array and the 0. Now here there are multiple things. If it is 0, then it is exact match, and then there is 1, -1 and +1 that we are going to see with the Excel sheet. Okay, but for now you just remember this is 0 that we'll use for exact match. If you want to find some value and we want to find that exact value, then we'll use exact match, which is 0. Okay, so let's see, this is the table we are having. Let me clear this screen. Now we have this table where we have employee ID, employee name, department, region, month and amount. Okay, and now the question is asked, in the following table was the position of Aman. Okay, so this is Aman. I already highlighted this thing. Aman, what is the position of Aman? So B8. Okay, so if you like this, you can see like this, it is 8, and if you like see like this, it will be a B. So the answer is B8. Okay, this is very simple. Now how you will find this exact thing using match formula? Okay, so lookup value, you know, you have learned about VLOOKUP and XLOOKUP. So lookup value will be your Aman. Okay, so what will be the formula to find Aman if I use this same thing? So what will be the formula now? So for example, we are using this function, which is Aman. We need to find the position of Aman. So lookup value will be Aman. Lookup array, now we need to find lookup array. So lookup array will be your B2 to B9. Now as I told, 0 will be there if you want to find exact match. Yes, we need to find exact match because the name is Aman. Okay, so we'll write 0. Okay, and the output we'll get is B8. Now let's do this with the help of Excel sheet. Okay, so here we are having a table where we need to find the Neha. What is Neha's position? So I'm writing here formula match. Okay, in match you can see lookup value we need to find. So lookup value is this Neha. Okay, we know this is employee name, so I am selecting the employee name column. You can directly select, okay, or you can select the same thing, comma 0. Okay, now why 0? So you can see here, if it is 0, which is exact match, if you want exact match, then you can use 0. If you want lesser value, which is less than that, then you can use 1. If you want greater than, then you can use -1. Okay, but this is the text. Neha is a text value, it's not number or something. That's why we are using exact match. Okay, and we need to find exact match, and I am clicking on enter. See, 5. Now you can see this is 5, which is Neha's position. Okay, One more thing you need to remember, if you are not selecting, for example, I'm copying this table, I'm pasting here, and we need to find again Neha's position. So whenever you will write the function which is match, okay, and lookup value you are selecting, and where you need to find, which is here, okay. So whenever you are selecting this, so your answer will be something like 1, 2, 3, 5, 10, whatever it is there. Then whatever you are selecting, what is your first value you are selecting, from there it is number. Okay, now what I am trying to say, I need to explain you. For example, the answer here is 4, okay, because our selection range lookup array started from Rahul is 1, Anita is 2nd, Suresh is 3rd, and Neha is 4th. Okay, that's why the answer is 4. Here it was 5 because our array was started from the employee name, which is this B1, and it stopped at B5. That's why it was showing a 5 number. Okay, I hope you understood this thing also. Now we'll go back and we'll see the index function. Now let's understand the index function. So if you know what is the difference between index and match, so in match we used to provide a name. For example, I need to find the position of Aman. Where is Aman? Okay, in the table. Now here I am giving a value. I need to find someone who is there at column B and row number 8. So I'll get the answer as Aman. Okay, you can see here we will get the answer of Aman. Okay, you can see here is equals to index, and in index in bracket it's array. I'll select A1 to F9. Okay, because we need to select whole table. So I'm selecting A1 to F9. Okay, comma, row number, I need to find row number which is B8, right? So I need to find row number is 8. Okay, because this is our row number. Okay, and then comma and column number. So column number is this, but we'll not write A, B, C, D, E, F, G, H. We'll write 1, 2, 3, 4. So our column B means 2. Okay, and in that we'll get the answer Aman. Okay, now we'll solve same problem with our Excel sheet. So you can see here we need to find who is there on row number 6 and column number 2. Okay, and we are writing formula for it, which is index. Okay, I have written index here. Then we need to select array, which is our whole table. I am selecting whole table, comma. Okay, then row number is this, which is 6. You can directly write 6 in bracket. Okay, like this you can write 6 directly here, and you can write column number as a 2. Okay, if you write this, you will get the answer, which is Vikram. Is it right? So your row number 6, see 6, and the column number 2, Vikram, it's right. Okay, but 2, for example, you want to make it dynamic, then instead of the numbers you will select the cells. For example, this cell, and in column number I am selecting this cell, so you'll get Vikram. Now if I want to change the value, I can change it easily. Okay, if I want to write 4, if I want to write 1, if I write to 3, like this. If I want to change this value to 5, I can change this value. Okay, so I hope you understood this function also, and basically you will not able to use match and index individually. You will use index match together. Okay, now we'll learn that thing also, how you will use the index match function. Okay, so it's very easy. Now we have learned about index and match. Now we'll use it as a club one function, which is index match. Okay, and this is important function. This they'll ask you in interviews. Now if you learn about XLOOKUP, if you see VLOOKUP, same function index match will do. Okay, there is no such a difference between both two. Okay, but I feel XLOOKUP is very easy as compared to the index match. Okay, I never use index match in my daily life, but obviously if you are facing interviews and if they are asking you to use this, then you need to use this. Okay, that's why we are learning it. So it's very simple. For example, here you have one table. Okay, and you need to find Aman's salary. Okay, so what you will do manually, you will go to name and you will find where is Aman. Aman is here and it is his salary. Okay, same thing index match will do. Okay, now see the syntax for the same thing. So what index will do, as we have learned in the last thing, you will give the position and it will give you the value. So to do that, we'll give the position here. Okay, what you need to find, so if you see this XLOOKUP formula is same as this, same value it is using. See, Aman, it is there.
Okay, B2 to B8 is there, and D2 to D8 is there. Okay, and this 0 because we need to find exact match as we have seen in last example. Okay, same formula it is there. Okay, now we'll understand what is this formula. So index will find you. So this is index function. Okay, this is index comma, and this is your match function. Okay, so index what will do? Index will give you value, index will return you value. So this is return. What you want in return? You want salary in return. Okay, that's why you have written D2 to D8 over here. This is your return. Okay, same thing you will get return over here. Okay, what you want to print? You want to print salary, you want to print department, whatever. Let's say if they are asking find the Aman's department, then you will select C2 to C8 department. What you want to print? So this is return, or you can say print. Now I am erasing it. So this is your print. What you want to print? Here we want to print salary. That's why we are using D2 to D8. Now match. Match, you know, we will give a name and match needs to find the location of it. Okay, so we are giving name over here. First is our name, which is what lookup value is there. So this is lookup value, which is Aman. Okay, so Aman is here. Okay, and where Aman will be there? So this in name function. So here we need to find Aman, which is B2 to B8. So here you can see B2 to B8. Okay, so here written. So basically the simple language of this formula, what you want to print? You want to print salary. So you are writing here. Then you have used match function. In match functions, what you need to find? You need to find Aman. Okay, where you need to find? Here you need to find, and how to find, which is exact match. So this is 0. Okay, if I talk about XLOOKUP, then XLOOKUP was very simple. What you need to find, which is Aman. Where you need to find? B2 to B8, because it's a name column. And what you want in return? You want D2 to D8. Okay, this is same as what you want. I want salary. Okay, what do I need to find? Aman. Where I need to find, and how I need to find. Okay, this one thing is increasing in index match function, which is how to find, which is exactly match. Okay, now we'll see this same formula using our Excel sheet. Now the question is here, find the salary of employee with employee ID E109. For that you will write the function which is index match. Okay, so firstly you will insert index. Now you need to select array. As I told you, your formula will start what you need to find. So it is asking us to find the salary. So I am selecting salary here. Okay, comma. Now we'll add here match function. Okay, in match what you need to find? You need to find E109. You can see here it's E109. So in double inverted comma you need to write E109. Okay, then where you need to find? You need to find in employee ID. So I have selected this. And the last thing is what you need to find? Exact match. Okay, bracket complete. Now you can see here this bracket is for the match function. I'll give one more bracket which is index function, and then I'm clicking on enter. Okay, so you can see the answer is 75,000. Now let's find employee ID 109 and the salary is 75,000, which is 75,000. Okay, now for example they are asking for E109. So what I am doing, I am removing E105 from here and I am selecting this K3 cell here. Okay, and I am entering this. Okay, now it is showing NA. For example, I need to find the salary of E105. Okay, see here E105 answer is 65,000, E105 and the answer is 65,000. So you can automate that formula also. Okay, by changing the same thing you can do with the XLOOKUP also. For example, I am using XLOOKUP here, XLOOKUP. Okay, in XLOOKUP you need to find lookup value. So lookup value is 105 comma. Okay, and lookup array, your lookup array will be your employee ID. Okay, and what you want in return is your salary, and boom, your answer is there. Okay, so both formulas you can use to find one thing. Okay, this I'm going to solve this question also. If you want more questions, I'll add this more questions into the Excel sheet, or you can use ChatGPT to solve these questions. You can just copy paste this table into ChatGPT, ask them to give me 10-15 questions to solve on this basis, on this topic. Okay, now let's solve this problem. Find the experience in years. Okay, experience in years is there of the employee whose name is Karan. Okay, so we need to find whose name is Karan. Okay, so I am copying this Karan name, I am pasting here. So for example, if I ask somebody, if somebody asks me what's the experience of Neha, then what I'll do, I will not again write the formula, I'll use that formula again. Okay, I'll just replace Karan with the Neha. Okay, now here I am writing index, which is our formula, and index, we know we need to find what, experience in years. So I'm selecting experience in year. Okay, comma, now I will use our match function. Okay, in match function we need to lookup value, add lookup value. What is lookup value? Which is Karan. I'm selecting that. Then we need to find lookup array. So where we need to find the name Karan is in names. Okay, comma, and what we need to find, exact match, which is 0, and our bracket complete for match, and one more bracket for the index function, and I'm clicking on enter. So it is saying Karan is having 7 years of experience. So where is Karan? Karan and having 7 years of experience. Okay, first question was find the salary of employee number 105. Okay, again Karan, it's 65,000. So we have found the answers of both the questions, and this is how you can use the index match function. Okay, now let's talk about the other functions, which are regex match, regex extract, and other functions. So the remaining functions are very easy. We don't need this function in daily life. Okay, sometimes, means once in a year you will need these functions. Okay, most of the functions you will not never use. I never use this function also in last 4 years, but because you are becoming full-proof data analyst, you know each and everything. That's why I'm teaching these things to you. This, though not even paid courses, pro courses from IITs, NITs, they are also not selling, they are not also teaching these things. But yeah, we are going to see this because most of these functions will use ChatGPT. There is nothing you can do about it. Okay, now let's understand this thing. So this is your A2. So let's understand first. So we are using regex. Okay, and this is extract. Okay, so extract is from, like, extract the specific text from your whole text. Okay, regex is a function. Okay, there are lots of regex functions, we are going to see those, but this is your formula. If you enter regex, then you will find regex extract, regex text, and lots of things. So we'll select the regex text, and this is the syntax. You need to select which cell you want to extract the text, and then what pattern you want from it. Okay, you will not understand this right now, but whenever we'll be going on to sheet, I'll jump to the sheet directly. So here I have one example. First is, this is your A2 cell. Okay, in A2 cell, this is the text, order 1 2 3. Now you need to extract number from the text. So what you want to, your output will be 1 2 3. For that you will write regex extract formula. You will select the A2 cell, which is this cell you are selecting here, and you are giving, which is pattern you are giving here. Okay, now this pattern is very complicated, because if you see, I have table. So this, if you want to find number 0 to 9, if you find 1 or more, you can use plus, star, then there is, I don't know what symbol is this, then dollar is there, and then full stop is there. Okay, so there are lots of functions that you can use it with. So for that, what we'll use ChatGPT. Okay, now how we'll do that, we'll use our Excel sheet and we'll see how can we solve that problem. So this is our regex extract. Okay, so here we have some table. Okay, this is ID, name, this is email, phone number, country, notes, username, and domain name. Now extract the username from the email. Now this is the email, and username, what is username? See, email column text before @ is username. Okay, so extract the username from the email column. Okay, full stop, it should be a full stop. Okay, and text before @ username. So if I zoom in, so you can see rahul.sharma is the username, @gmail.com is not the username. So we need to extract before text, which is Rahul Sharma. Here it's Priya_12. Like this, we need to extract all the text from this emails, and for that we'll use ChatGPT. Now how we'll use ChatGPT? So the formula is very simple. Okay, the formula though you can also write here. Okay, which is regex. So see here, regex extract is there, regex replace is there, regex text is there, and this aggregate we are not using. This is not a function for the match, that is the statistical function. So these three formulas they are there, and one more is there that we are also going to see, but for now we are going to see regex extract. Okay, we are selecting this text, so we are selecting text as a this email, comma, and we need to put the pattern over here. If you can see here, so we need to select pattern. So for that I have written the prompt over here, so I am not completing this formula for now. So I have written the prompt here. So we need to copy this and paste into ChatGPT. Okay, so we'll go to ChatGPT now. Okay, and I am pasting here, give me a formula for regex extract to get a user names from the email IDs. The name is separated in email at the rate. Okay, email before at the rate. Okay, you can give example also. Okay, I am removing this. You can give example, for example, Virat dot Kohli @gmail.com. Okay, here before @ is user name. Okay, you are putting this and then you are entering this. Now here is your formula. So here we have get the pattern. So what you need to do, this copy just this in double inverted comma, whatever is written, copy that and paste here. This is your pattern. Click on enter. See, so you got the Rahul Sharma. If you drag it down, it will automatically get your name. See, Neha99 @ Pooja. Okay, Pooja actual name @company.in, whatever it is there, you are getting exact name over here. Okay, so this is the use of regex extract, and this you will be using while data cleaning. You can easily use ChatGPT and you can ask for pattern, because see, this pattern you will not be able to remember and you will not be able to write it. And even if you search for any regex extract function on YouTube, you will not get any formula or any trick to remember this thing. They'll also use ChatGPT. Okay, so this is how you can use. Then apart from that, second question I have, which is extract the domain name from Gmail, Yahoo, Outlook and company from email. Okay, same I have written here one. So same for that I have written here one our prompt, and I am pasting that prompt in ChatGPT. Okay, and I'll get the answer. Okay, for that I need to just write here again regex extract. Okay, and I need to find email domain, so I'm selecting the email domain, comma, and we need to copy this thing. Okay, whatever it has given us, we need to just copy this and paste it. Okay, and enter. So you got email @gmail.com. Yeah, so like this, wherever you will find, for example, this is @yahoo.com. see, it's neha.patil @yahoo.com. like this you will get your answer over here. So this is the use of regex extract. Now we'll see next function, which is regex replace. Okay, so this will use for replace using pattern. Earlier what we used to do, earlier we used to extract whatever it is there in column A, we used to extract that in column B, whatever it is there. Okay, now here we'll replace, we'll extract same text will be there in column B, and we'll use same text in column C and we will replace it. Okay, now how we'll use, for example, same formula. Here you need to select regex replace. Here text will be there. Okay, text you need to select. For example, in last example we have selected the Gmail. Here you need to select the text, then comma, pattern, and then whatever you need to put into replacement. For example, remove the numbers. So here we need to remove the numbers. So here we have selected data 123, which is A2. We have selected comma. For removing, we are using this, whatever it is there, which we will ask for ChatGPT, and we need to replace with nothing. We just need to remove. That's why we are replacing it with the space thing. Okay, and you will get the answer data 123 will be gone. Okay, now we'll use this in our Excel sheet, which is regex place. Okay, so here we need to remove all special characters spaces from the phone number. Okay, and for that I have this prompt written over there. I'm copying this and I'm pasting here. Okay, regress replace, remove all the special characters from phone numbers. Okay, and I have given this prompt, and here is the formula we are getting. Okay, so for that I am writing here one formula which is regress replace. Okay, I'm selecting phone number, comma, selecting comma. Okay, then we need to copy this first thing. Okay, pasting here, comma. Okay, here we need to give double inverted comma also, so I miss, I guess, and then we need to put double inverted. I'll tell you why we are using it. Okay, this double inverted comma, what is this third bracket? So whatever text we want to add there. Okay, for example, if I want to add here a, okay, I'm writing just a, double inverted comma a, so it will write the number and it will write a. See here a. Okay, so it has removed plus it has removed, and this minus sign also has removed and added a over there. Okay, you can see a 91, a 98, and then number. Okay, so if I don't want add anything, we want plain number, then we are writing like this and we are dragging it down. Now I have given one more question to solve you guys. You just download this sheet from the description and just copy paste this in Google Sheet and you will get the prompt over there and you can solve this problem. Okay, now next function is our regex match, and you need to, here match means what, you need to match it. Okay, regex match is the check if the pattern is existing or not, and it will return you true or false. That's the only thing. Okay, this function is not there in Excel, it is there in Office, Excel Office. If you are using your official Excel which is given by your office, which is given by your at your job, then you will find that for formula, otherwise you will not find in normal one. For that, what we are going to use, we are going to use Google Sheets. Okay, we'll get back to this. First we'll solve this problem, which is regex text pattern validation. This is new function which is launched by Microsoft. So here same as regex match but clever for validation. Okay, let's go to our regex match itself. We'll find this first, we'll solve this first because it's a like new updated version of regex match only. So we'll solve this. Okay, how we'll solve this? First, take about what you need to do, you need to write the formula regex match, you need to select the text comma pattern and check if the email is Gmail. Okay, you need to select whatever email is there. For example, few email will be customized email like company emails, few will be Gmails, few will be yahoo.com emails. Okay, so you need to select and you need to find whether that email is Gmail or not. If you are selecting that cell, you are writing this formula, it will tell you whether it's true or false. Okay, for that we are using regex match. So here in regex match we are having one document that I am going to open, and it is asking email belongings to gmail.com. so for that you are writing here regex match function. Okay, text here comma. Now this function I have used multiple times. This will be very useful for you guys also. So for example, whatever it is there, if it is containing some word you need to find, then you can simply write in double inverted comma. Regular expression it is asking, so you can write Gmail. So you'll write @gmail.com. okay, and bracket complete. Now it is showing false. Why? Because this function is case sensitive and I have added here a capital format. So I am writing gmail.com. Now it will give you true answer. So see, it is having @gmail.com in this email, that's why the answer is true. And if you drag it down, you will get the answer over here. Okay, and this was our first question to solve. Second is check whether the name contains a space, first name or last name. Okay, check whether the name contains a space, first name or last name. So here I think we don't need to use ChatGPT again. So for that you will write regex match here. Okay, we'll select the text comma. Now they are asking for space, so I'll write double inverted comma space double inverted comma and enter. Yeah, it is having it. Okay, yeah, all are true. For example, I am removing Rohan Das space, so it is coming false now. Okay, so you can use this function like this. It's very easy function again. Mostly you will not use, but even if you want to use, then now you can use it. Next function we are going to talk about regex text. So regex text is pattern validation, new function, but the same as regex match but clever for validation. Okay, so valid Indian mobile number, and this is our text we are selecting, and this is our pattern again. Okay, so answer will be true. If it is true, then it's valid. If it is false, then it will be invalid. Okay, so we'll see this using an Excel sheet, and this is the formula. Okay, so we need to find test pattern phone number start with 91. Okay, so here I am writing is equals to, because you know plus 91 is India, so I am writing here regex text. Okay, then I am selecting over here is our phone number, comma. Now we need to add pattern. So pattern, for that what we'll do, we'll copy paste this thing in ChatGPT. Regex text whether phone number starts with plus 91 or not. Okay, and it has given us a pattern. Okay, I'm copy pasting this thing into our formula here, double inverted comma. Okay, enter. So yeah, starting with true, it's India. If you drag it down, it will show you false. So these three numbers are not in India. See, because it's not starting with plus 91. Okay, so this is one kind of questions you can solve. Second is test whether email sent with .com or not. So for that you will write this prompt into ChatGPT, and the formula will be again same. Here we are writing is equal to regex text. Okay, we'll select our they're asking for the email. Okay, right, we are copying here comma, and they're asking test whether email ends with .com or not, and here we got the answer from ChatGPT. We are copying pasting over here, enter is true. So this is ending with .com. If I drag it down, so we got the answer, and I drag it down. So you can see second email is not ending with .com, it's .in, so that's why it is showing false. Okay, so in this way you can use it. I have given one more question to solve you guys. You can solve this question. In this way we have learned all this regex function and match functions. These are little complicated side because it's the advanced Excel. You need to practice it and then you will be able to master it. So I hope you understood each and everything about this. So after this we are going to learn multiple functions like Excel statistical functions. Okay, that will be a last functions where we are learning functions. Then we'll learn about data cleaning in Excel, and last chapter will be our charts, and that will be our 10th episodes of this course, and then we'll be finishing our Excel. Then in 11th part we'll starting with SQL. Okay, so I hope you understood each and everything.
So I hope you understood match functions and regex functions. In the next lecture we are going to see about Excel statistical functions. In that we will learn some statistics plus how you can utilize that in your Excel sheet. Okay, so I hope you understood this lecture. If you are liking this lecture, please press like, and we'll see you in next lecture. In this lecture we are going to see Excel statistical functions. Functions like median, mode, variance, standard deviation, quartile and percentile. So I hope you will understand each and everything, because these are basics maths or statistics we have learned in our 10th and 12th standard. So you will get to know each and everything, and obviously we are going to see only concepts and we'll use them as a formula. Okay, so I hope you'll learn each and everything about the statistics in this lecture. Also, whatever I am teaching in this lecture or whatever I am sharing with you guys, all the PPTs and the Excel sheets are given into the description, so you can go there, download and practice it.
So now in this lecture we are going to see Excel statistical functions, and this is most important topic. Mostly the people who are becoming data analyst as well as they are looking to become a data scientist. Okay, and here we have 6 functions including median, mode, standard deviation, variance, percentile and quartile. So these are 6 functions that we are going to see in this lecture, including all the important variation of these formulas. In these formulas there are multiple variations, plus I will cover each and every point regarding that functions. I'll explain you the statistics behind that function, and then we'll solve some problems. Okay, and whatever I am explaining to you guys, all this PPT and the examples which I am going to take in this lecture will be there in the description description. You can just go to the link and download and you can practice it. Okay. Also, please let me know how these lectures are going. If you are liking it, please press the like. If you have any feedback, like in last lecture somebody commented, please zoom in the screen because we are not able to see the lectures on mobile phone because their Excel sheets are involved. So I'm trying to make it more zoomable and will provide that lecture so that you will be able to see it properly. Okay, so please like the video and subscribe to the channel. Okay, so let's get started. This is our first point, which is median, and in this we are going to see what is the difference between median and the average. See, average is different concept and median is different concept. Median is middle value, average is average per value. Okay, now how let me explain it. So first of all, let's consider we have 10, 20, 10, 20. Okay, so average will be around 15, right? But if I am writing one more like 1000, okay, the average will go up and it will be around more than 100, right? 100 plus. Okay, but average will not give you idea that 4 values are there which are below than 20. Okay, 20 less than equal to 20. Okay, this you will not be able to understand by using average. But whenever you are taking median will help you to understand what is the range. So here for the example, these are the values 10, 20, 30 and 1000. Now if you are taking the average, then it will be almost more than 1000, more than 100. But if you are taking median, then the answer will be 25. So you'll get to know that there are lots of values which are around 25. Okay, this is median. Now much better than average when data has outliers. So this lecture mostly will be around outliers only. Now what is outliers? Let me explain you. So this is your line. Okay, this is your average line. Okay, now this is Jan, Feb, March, April, May, June, and this is your line. Okay, now in Jan you have profit of 10%. In Feb it was 5%. In March it was 100%. In April it is lesser again. In April, in May it was negative. In June it was positive. So this graph, this graph, okay, this graph is having outliers. Okay, this is your outlier number 1. Okay, this is your outlier number 2. So to determine this, okay, because this will be always a part of a data analyst job where you are going to see whether the data is stable or not. Means on this data you'll be predicting your performance for July, August and September, upcoming 3 months. But because of these outliers you need to assume multiple things, because this is 100, this is in minus. Okay, so to consider that projection you need to consider few deviation and the outliers. For that we'll use multiple things, but right now we are learning only this median. In median you need to just select the middle value. Okay, and this is your middle value. Now let's solve some problems, because the formula for this is very easy, like sum. For sum we'll write sum and we'll select the range. Okay, right? So same here for median also, we'll write median and we'll select the range. Okay, now this is the problem, very easy. We need to find the median for this sales. So I'm writing here formula. Okay, median, and I'm selecting it. Okay, so this is your answer, 50,250. Similarly I'm writing formula for this also. Okay, this is 55,000 and this is 50,000. Okay, let's find average for these things also. Okay, so average will give you some idea how different it is from the average. For this average will be almost similar. Let's see average for this value. Yeah, average is almost same. Okay, now if I'm trying to change this value to, let's say, 150, 1, 2, 3. Okay, see, this average has changed, but your median is as it is. Now I'm trying to make it 1,85,000. Let's see how much difference it will be there between median and median has changed, but your average has changed, but your median is as it is. So from this you can say that outliers will be neglected because of the median value. Okay, average will consider outliers also. Okay, so if I ask you as a manager or as a your senior person, ki what is the sales trend, you will say, see Jan, Feb, March, April, May, the sell trend is almost flat, but in June we have found some spike. But it is not sure that in July also you will get same profit. Your profit margin will be around this only, 50 to 50,000. Okay, 50 near about 50,000. You cannot say it will be around 1 lakh. Okay, so that's the difference between median and the average. Okay, so median you will consider whenever it will be projection. Average mostly you will not consider because outliers will be there. Okay, so I hope you understood this thing also. Now next thing is mode. Now what is mode? Mode is the return most repetitive value in your array. Now what is most repetitive array? So simple, the example is here. For example, we have these values here: 4, 5, 5, 3, 5, 4. Okay, 4, 5, 5, 3, 5, 4. Now you can see 5 is repeated thrice. Okay, 4 is repeated twice, and 3 is repeated once only. Okay, and here it is repeated. Okay, when you have multiple values like 1000 values and you want to know which is its most repeated value, then you will use the mode formula. Now in mode formula there are multiple variations. So here for example, if you have these values and you are using mode, then you will get output as a 5, only one value which is most repetitive. Okay, now this is most commonly used in order quantity. For example, you have a commercial store where you are selling your orders and you want to see how many orders you are getting frequently. For example, you are selling tennis balls. Okay, now in tennis ball most of the people are ordering 2 balls at a time. So you will give this insight to your manufacturing team or a planning team ki most of the people are buying these balls twice. Okay, they are ordering 2 balls at a time. So the team can decide whether how many balls they should pack. So from next time they will introduce one more pack where you can get 2 tennis balls in one package. Okay, so your packaging material will be saved, and plus you are it is easy to buy for the audience. Okay, for the customer, they can buy it. You can send more offers, or you can increase the price, you can decrease the price, whatever it is there. But yeah, this will be helping you. Okay, then most frequent rating. So this is customer rating. We saw like what customer rating: 3 star, 5 star, 4 star, and popular product sites. Okay, similar usage are there, so you can use this. Now there are 2-3 things. Okay, let's go to our Excel sheet and let's see what we can do with mod. Okay, so these are customer ratings we are having, and we are solving this with using mod. So normally there are 3 function in mod. So you can see here. Okay, there are 3 function: mod, then mod multi, and mod single. So right now I am using mod. Okay, and I am selecting the range. Okay, this is the same as a sum formula. You need to write and you need to select, and it is giving you 4. So if you can see here, 1, 2, 3. So 4 is repeated thrice. Okay, the 5 is repeated thrice. Let me change the color. And 3 is repeated once only. So 4 is repeated thrice, 5 is repeated thrice, and 3 is repeated once. Okay, now let's understand while using PPT. So there are 3 functions right now. Is mod first one, second mod single, and third is mod multi. Okay, now here legacy function means when they created a Excel by Microsoft, when they created that, they introduced this function. This is right now outdated because this returns the single most frequent value, but it is having clause. Okay, second is Microsoft itself suggesting using mode single instead of mode only. Okay, so we'll use mode single. This is the option. Okay, here only you will get output 4, here also you will get output 4, but here returns one most frequent value. Okay, same thing, most frequent value, here it also you will get, but the difference is here you will get any random value. Sometimes you will get 4, sometimes you will get 5, and this thing. Here what will happen, let's write this. Okay, let's write this function. Here we are using mode single and I'm selecting this. Here it has written 4 only. here also, here also. But here the logic is returns the smallest number value when there is a tie, means 4 1, 4 twice, 4 thrice. Here 5 once, 5 2, 5 thrice. Okay, but it is giving you output 4 because it will consider always the smallest value. So 5 is greater than 4, 4 is smaller than 5, that's why it is considering 4 as a value. That's why your output is 4. But now you'll ask me, but what we want both the values, because 4 is there 3 times and 5 is there 3 times. Then we'll use mode mult option. So this is returns all the values that occur most frequently. So here you will get output 4 4 4 3 times, 5 5 5 3 times. So you will get this answer. So if I solve this here, mode mult, if I use same formula mode, and if I am selecting the range, so you will get 2 values, 4 and 5. Okay, 4 and 5. So you will get 2 values over here. Okay, so in this way mode will work. It's easy formulas, just need to learn the concept, just need to remember the concepts. Formulas are very easy because in Excel whatever you will click on is equal to, and if you write first or second letter you will get the formula as it is. It will show you hints also. So it is very easy to use Excel. It's not complicated thing, but you should know the concept behind the formulas. Okay, now let's go to next thing, which is again mode. We'll see the comparison. See Excel version, okay, for mode old version, okay, old. This both mode single and mode multi both will be having for modern. Okay, returns one mode, here also one mode because this is single, this is multi, is that's why it will repeat values. It can show you 2 3 4 and numbers of values if those are frequently written. Okay, then multiple modes. Okay, this return one, return first smallest, and this is return all. Okay, all it will not compare, this will compare. Okay, this is the multiple modes logic behind it. Okay, recommended to use, this is not recommended, this is recommended, and this is recommended. Output type single value array. Okay, it can show you multiple things also. Also remember one thing, if for example I am removing this formula, okay, and if you have some value over here and if you are writing that formula here, so it will return spill is a error that will return, because if you click on here, spill range isn't a blank, means the value you should get out of this formula, it's not able to reflect because there is a already text here. So if I remove the text, then the formula will work. Okay, so this you need to take care of. Okay, now let's go to next function, which is standard deviation. Standard deviation, you have heard about this in 12th standard most probably. So we'll learn this very easily. Okay, we'll not go into too much depth, but you will get overwhelmed because seeing these formulas, these are very simple formulas. I will explain to you. Now standard deviation will use to consider outliers, how far these outliers are. So I have explained you this, right? There was one graph I was saying ki if for example this is your line, okay, this is Jan, Feb, March, April, May or June, okay, and you have this value like this. If your values are like this, so what you will do? Okay, so because these outliers are very big, so to calculate these outliers, how many outliers are there, means whether these outliers are making any difference to your calculation or not, to calculate that we'll use standard deviation. Okay, so I have something here. See this graph is very stable. Okay, this is very stable, it's not going up and down. This is not like zigzag, which is here. Okay, it's very zigzag, right? This one is very zigzag, this is very flat, right? So this is the use of standard deviation whenever we want to see whether these values are unstable volatile or a consistent performance, according to the standard deviation will decide what is it, whether it's a low standard deviation or high standard deviation. So this is the graph of high standard deviation, because the deviation is very high. Here it's not that high variation. Okay, so to calculate this thing, we'll use this. Now the question is, we have multiple formulas here, what's the use of it? Okay, now let me explain you. We have a third sheet over here. Now, so standard deviation will have two formulas. One is sample data and second is population data. If you go to back sheet also, sample data, population data. Okay, this I have written in that sheet also to explain what is this sample data and population data. So sample data's formula is this and the population data formula is this. Okay, so you consider this n as a capital N, this n and this n is same. Okay, now what is sample data and what is population data? Now let's consider you have some sample data of some virus. Okay, now let's consider you have something, for example you have one pill, okay, and you have given that to 10 people who are trying to lose their fat. Okay, you have given that pill to 10 and this is the number that you are getting. Some person has lost 10 kilo of weight, some 9, 10, 10, 10 like that, and like that you have sample of 9 people, but you are not confirm about 10, 11 and other, you have 1000 more people. Okay, because you have sample of only 9 people. So because you have people of only 9, you have sample of only 9 people, you will assume remaining values. Okay, so this sample data will have some assumption. Okay, this sample data will have some assumption. That's why for the sample data we'll use this formula. Okay, standard deviation, yes, which is sample data, and the formula for this will be this. Okay, but whenever you will have population data is the term for it. Okay, it's not actual data, but when you have, you have tested that pill on 11 people. Okay, and you have exact data of those 11 people, so you can do remaining calculations on the basis of that 11 people, and that's why you will use this formula. But on the population data, you have implemented that 10, 11 whatever pills are there on 11 people, and you have exact values for all 11 people. Because you have all the 11 values properly, you are not assuming any data. So for that you will use this population data. For that the formula is this. Now what is the difference between this formula? Here it's n minus 1 and here it is only n. Okay, here only n and here n minus 1. Okay, that is the only difference. But the good thing is you don't need to write this formula in Excel sheet. You can simply use these things. Okay, so this is about the standard deviation. Let me repeat you. So basically standard deviation we will use to just confirm about our data, whether it's consistent or it's unstable or it's a volatile data. Okay, for that we'll consider few points. Okay, we cannot draw the graph for it because it will be in thousands and millions, so that's why we will use this formula. Okay, and the formula for it is very easy. First is you need to just write equal to, then you need to select standard S, standard deviation S or standard deviation P. Okay, and the range, that is the only formula, same formula. Okay, so we have questions to solve. So this is the standard deviation formula for us. Okay, now we'll write the formula over here. Okay, is equals to standard deviation. So his standard deviation is there. We are using this one because this standard deviation only formula, it's outdated by Microsoft. So we'll use standard deviation. This is our sample or popular. So we'll calculate both. Here we are selecting standard deviation yes, okay, which is sample 1, and I am selecting these values because start is 0. I just put that number to just show this graph. Okay, so I am not considering that. So this is your number. Okay, let me format this number with the normal number. Okay, and here also I'll format this. Then I will again calculate standard deviation singular for this also. Okay, and it will give us some value. So the here is standard deviation dot s, which is sample, and this is standard deviation dot s sample again. This is, then I am writing here dot s and we'll do same for the population also. We'll write population formula over here. So I am writing here standard deviation again, this population. I am selecting this data here. Okay, here also just remember this data variation will not be there too much, like S and P, that difference will not be there too much because it's only n minus 1. Okay, and you have 10 more values or 11 values. Okay, that's why it will not make that much difference. Okay, so this is the thing. Now how you'll consider whether your data is volatile or not, whether the data is having very high volatility or not, how we'll decide? For that we have simple formula. Whatever we are having here, you can see here. Okay, so this is our standard variation. You can consider any. I am just removing this. We are not considering this. Okay, we don't need this. You can calculate according to your choice. You can use standard deviation, sample or population. So we have standard deviation here and we have standard deviation. Now I am asking you, from graph it's very easy, right? It's, you can say easily ki this first data, which is this data, is not that volatile, so because it's very stable. Second one is totally volatile because it's going up and down, up and down. But you don't have graph, for example. What you will do, how you will calculate? For that, simple trick is there. So how you will calculate now, because you have these things. So for that I have one more slide, which is this one, standard deviation, low versus high standard deviation. How we will calculate? So whatever standard deviation we got, so we got standard deviation for this is 566 and for this is 33,166. Okay, so we will divide this standard deviation by average or a mean. Mean means average only. Okay, we'll divide that by average. So average I already have here. So what I'll do, I will write formula is equals to, this is standard deviation divided by average, and I will get some answer. Okay, here also I am doing it, standard deviation divided by average. Okay, and I am converting this into percentages. Okay, so I am selecting this, converting into percentage. Okay, so this is coming around 1% and this is coming around 60%. Now this is the chart. You not need to like remember this chart. You can easily go search on Google and you can get this. So variation is always judged on the context, where if your value is less than 10%, then it's very stable. If it is between 10 to 20, it's acceptable. If it is between 20 to 30, it's high variation. And if it is greater than 30%, then it is very volatile or risky. You cannot do prediction or projection on the basis of more than 30% of standard deviation. So your coefficient of variation, which is CV, it's lesser than 10%. That means it's very stable. Okay, so I'm writing here it's very stable, and second value is greater than your 30%, that is it's volatile and risky. So on this basis you can calculate these things. This is advanced Excel. Welcome to advanced Excel, and I hope you will understand each and everything when you will practice it. Let me revise it. First of all, we have two things. First is, let me go to the slides. Okay, so we have standard deviation. Standard deviation will help you so that you will consider or you will get to know how far your values are there from the average. Okay, and these are the two formulas. One is sample data and one is population data. Sample data will be there because whenever you don't have complete data, you will assume something, then you will use sample data. But when you have complete data, you will use population data formula. Okay, and this is the difference that you can see on the graph. This is your low standard deviation, this is very high standard deviation. But whenever you want to see how your deviation is very high, then you need to take a standard deviation divided by average of values, and if it is lesser than 10, it is very stable. It is between 10 and 20, then it's acceptable. If it is between 20 and 30, then it's high variation, and if it is greater than 30, then it's volatile and risky. Okay, so on this basis, on the basis of this table, you can see this we have calculated multiple things. First is we have taken average. Second, we have taken standard deviation, and this is a sample data standard deviation. Okay, and we have divided our standard deviation by average. We got 1%, and according to this table, it's very stable. We can calculate other things on the basis of the data. But the second sheet or second table we are having, which is having very high volatility, we have seen that on the graph also. But we calculated the average, then we calculated the standard deviation, and on the basis of the standard deviation we have calculated CV, which is coefficient of variance, and it is giving us volatility, and it's very risky to calculate anything on this data. So I hope you understood about standard deviation, and it's very important topic that you should know about data analytics. Now we'll go to next formula, which is variance. Now variance and the standard deviation, it's same. Okay, how I'll tell you. So see, you can see here, so standard deviation is equal to square root of variance. Okay, so if I'll say variance is equals to standard deviation. Okay, so standard deviation, whatever, let's say if you are getting 10 as a standard variation, your value, but if you want to calculate variance, then just square it, which is 100. So 100 is your variance. Okay, usually we'll not use variance because same as standard deviation but square and less intuitive. Okay, mostly using statistics and analytics, not day-to-day reporting, because it's squaring the things. Okay, both variance and standard deviation measure how spread out data is from the mean. Same thing. Okay, same. For example, you have this line and it is calculating how far your outliers are there from the average. Okay, you can see same but different. You can see here standard deviation. Okay, standard deviation is having values in singular format, while same value it is there is squared because it is variance. So it will squared your value. And if you see rupees cannot be square. Have you seen rupees square? Okay, that's why it's less intuitive and will not use this value. But obviously because we are considering each and everything, so we'll solve some problems. So I am writing here whatever standard deviation we have calculated. So standard deviation for this is 566. Standard deviation for this is 33,100. Okay, so this is standard deviation we have calculated, and let's say this is INR, or let's say it's very easy, it's dollars. Okay, it is in dollars. Now we'll calculate variance. Okay, and variance also have two things, popular and sample. So as we have used sample for the first formula, we'll use sample over here also. Okay, clicking on enter, see the value variance. Similar, we'll use variance here also. Variance single, we'll select here. Okay, see your value are going out of the roof. Now if I take a square root of this, okay, so I am writing square root of this value. Okay, 566, almost 566. If I reduce the decimals, here also I am taking a square root of this value. See, this value and this value is same. That means your variance is nothing but a squared of your standard deviation, and that's why you'll use always standard deviation. Okay, I hope you understood variance also, and it's very easy. So if you learn about standard deviation, then it's very easy to learn about variance. Okay, now next formula is percentile. It is again easy thing. So in percentile, wherever you want your value in percentiles, you will use this formula. For that we have formula this one, percentile. Okay, and this is range, and we'll use E and C including. Okay, it will not use EXC. Okay, we'll use including. This is the range. For example, we have some values over here, so we'll select that range and we'll here write K. K is what? K is our percentile, and you will write between 0 to 1. Okay, I will explain this with the formula in our sheet. This will be using your salary benchmarking, top 10 performers you need to select, or exam cutoffs. This will be very useful. And for example, we need to find 19th percentile value. Then for example, we are right here percentile include here the range A1 to A100, and here as we need 90th percentile, so we'll use 0.9 over here, and it will give you value of 19th percentile. Okay, so we'll solve this problem on our Excel sheet. here it is asking, so we have students, almost 50 students we are having, and their scores. So it is asking what is the 50th percentile score. Okay, so it's very simple. It is asking us if I want to shortlist a person of, or I want to know what is the score for a person who got a 50 percentile. So how I'll get? So for that I'll write formula here. I will write percentile. Okay, percentile. Now there are again three functions, you can use any. I am using for percentile inclusion. Inclusion means whenever you have the array, you are whatever you are selecting, it will include those values. I will not click on exclude. Include is a very accurate function for this. Okay, so I'm clicking on this and selecting all the students. So we have selected all the students, comma. Now I know I want 50th percentile, so I write 0.50. Okay, and I will close the bracket. Okay, so this is giving me a value where 50th percentile student will be there. Now it is asking what score represent 25th percentile. What score represent 25th percentile? So it's very easy. Same formula, we'll write percentile over here, inclusion, and we'll select the array. Okay, and comma, we need 25, 0.25. Okay, bracket complete, enter. This is your value. Okay, according to that you can solve these problems also. It's very easy to solve these problems. Okay, so these are your values that you are getting. Okay, according to this you can solve percentile also. Now let's go to next function, which is quartile. It's again simple. Okay, it is not having anything into it. It's only having a simple thing, which is it will convert your values into multiple values. So like that, here you have things, right? Here you can put 90, here you can put 0.753, you can put 0.45, like this 45 percentile, 40.30 percentile, like this you can select here. But here there are no option. There are simple option. 0 will be there. Okay, 1 will be there, 2 will be there, 3 will be there, 4 will be there. Only these formulas you can use for this function. Okay, so you have divided data into 4 equal groups. These 4 equal groups are there. If you want any data in these 4 groups, you can use this function. Okay, for that we'll use quartile.inc, range and quart. Quart is this, we'll use this quart, 1 2 3 4, whatever it is there, whatever we need. So if you want bottom 25, okay, you will use 1. If you want midden, you will use 2. If you want top 25, you will use 3. And if you want max value, then you will use 4. So what is the meaning of that? So this is the, let's say, 100% thing we are having it here. Okay, now I want to calculate the person who is bottom 25. Okay, if there is one threshold where I want to know the number of here, the student who is having 25 percentile score. So we'll use quartile includes range 1, because if you see this, if you want bottom 25, then you will use this. So you will get this value, which is 25. If you have 100 values, then you will get 25th value. Okay, if you want midden, simple, we have middle value. For midden we have our formula, which is midden, which we have seen in first function only. You can use this formula also, quartile.inc, range, comma 2, and you will get middle score. If you want 75th one, then you can use quartile top 25 student scores, means whatever value. For example, here we are getting 340 value, then you will say above 340 marks, every student is in top 25. Okay, and the highest score is nothing but maximum score. Whatever score you are getting, you write quartile.inc, range will be 4. Okay, or you can use our function, which is max, directly, and the range. Okay, this is the use of our quartile function here, we are going to see in this sheet. Okay, so it is asking highest score. So for example, we want to highest score, then we'll write quartile inclusion. Okay, we'll select the range over here. Okay, and you know we want max, so we'll select here. See, it is written here whatever you want. So minimum value is 0, maximum value is 4. So I'm selecting here, and this is your maximum value. So 495 will be your maximum value. You want top 25 students, simple, you write formula here, quartile inclusion, you select the array here. Okay, and you give the comma, and you select the 25th percentile. Okay, so it will give 25th percentile. Similarly, you can select for the median student also. Similarly, you can write the quartile inclusion form, and then you can select this comma, and you can select the median value, which is your 25th. So your 50th student. Okay, so according to this you will get the quartile formulas. Okay, these two problems you can solve by yourself, and this will be your quartile function. Okay, so this is all about your statistics function where we have learned about median. In median you will get middle value, and this is your formula. So if you like observe first four formulas, median, mode, standard deviation and the variance, is having only a range formula, so it is nothing to remember about it. Just need to remember if it is median, which is middle value. If you want to find most common value, then use mode. If you want to find what is the data consistency, whether it's volatile or consistent, then use standard deviation. This is variance. You should know the concept only, no need to remember it, but yeah, you can remember it. It's just remember the variance is nothing but square of standard deviation. Okay, percentile, rank based cutoff, it's a very easy concept. Okay, and data distribution, if you want to divide into 4 parts, you can use quartile. Okay, percentile, so you already know because everywhere it's percentile nowadays. Okay, so yeah, I hope you understood each and everything about this, and now we have only 2 lectures left. First will be your charts, I guess, and then data cleaning.
Okay guys, I hope you have understood each and everything. This was little out of the syllabus, not out of the syllabus, but it was a statistics. It's your choice whether you want to go for it or not, but I can say we have included all the important functions of Excel all in these lectures. So now we'll learn about multiple things in next lectures. In next lecture we are going to see about data cleaning. We have learned about how can you solve the data. Now we'll learn about data cleaning. Whatever methods are there, all method we are going to see in one lecture where we'll cleaning the data. After that we'll learn about charts, and that will be our last chapter of Excel. Then we'll move on to the SQL. Okay, so I hope you like this lecture. We'll see you in next lecture. Thank you for watching this video. Thank you. Hello everyone, hope you are doing well, and this is last second lecture of Excel, and in this lecture we are going to see about data cleaning. You have learned about all the basics to advanced formulas of Excel. If you go to any interview round where they are asking about Excel, you will be able to clear all these rounds. But for that you have to learn how you can clean the data in Excel sheets as well as Google Sheets. And last but not the least, which is charts. You should know how you should draw the graphs, including column chart, pie chart, then your line charts will be there, and lots of charts are there. We are going to see all 12 charts in next lecture, but right now we are going to learn about data cleaning. If you are liking this series, please press the like and subscribe to the channel. So with this thing, let's get started with this lecture.
So whatever you are going to learn in this lecture, all these sheets and whatever PPTs are there, all will be there in the description. You can check out and practice it. Okay, so we are going to see what are the cleaning methods in Excel. Okay, so most of the things you already have learned in first lecture and in between also, where we'll use few formulas, and those we are using it here. Few will be new for you, but it's not a big deal. And these are the only methods where you can clean the data in Excel. There are not lots of method or some automation required to clean the data. It's very basic task. Okay, but why I put this as a last second chapter? Because there are some formulas that you should know to clean this data. Okay, so let's get started. So we have here few rows and columns. So you can see this is some rows we are having, hardly 30 around, and these are some columns we are having, and these are the tasks. Why I created a task? So that you will practice according to that. Also you will know what things we should do to clean the Excel sheet. Okay, if I give you director sheet and if I started performing the operations or the task, then you'll not be able to understand. So I have arranged it properly here. You can see task, whatever task we are going to do here, and we are going to do here. Okay, so let's get started. So first of all, so this is the task and this is the status we need to update. For that, what I am doing, I am adding here data validation. Okay, so what is data validation? So for that, let me just expand this to classic ribbon, go to data, Okay, and here you have this option called data validation. Okay, now what is this? It is a one kind of drop down creator. I'll explain you, I'll show you, then I'll explain. So here you can see these are the options you are having. Okay, so any value, then whole number, decimal, list. So I'm clicking on list. Okay, so I'll tell you what is the use of this. Then I am clicking here first value as a completed. Okay, you can see here drop down. Okay, comma, I'll add here not done, comma, 8 to start. Click on apply. Okay, you can see here are the options that you can see, and what I'm doing, I'm erasing this and I'm dropping it down till here. Okay, so now if you click here and you can see 8 to start, here it is also 8 to start. If you just drag it down, so all the tasks we need to it to start. Okay, so we are going to work on this. I'm telling you, whenever you will use some checklist or you need to create some to-do list, then you need to use those functions. Okay, so let me format this thing. Okay, and this will be your table where you are going to perform this task. Okay, and this is the raw data which we will going to work. So first of all, you can see here these are hash hash hash. We need to adjust the height of these rows and height of this column. Okay, so for example, right now what I am doing, I am just reducing the height of few rows so that you will get to know how we'll clean this data. Okay, so like this you can increase or decrease. This is manual. Okay, but I'll tell you how you can do this automatic. So for example, if you have this option, what you can do, you just select your table, whatever table it is here. Okay, then go to your insert. So if you see our task, so first task is only this only, adjust the height of rows and columns. Okay, so we'll select this table. Then what we'll do, we'll go in format. Okay, in format you can enter row height. For example, if I am clicking here 10 and clicking on OK, so it will show like this. So like this you can manually add here row height, or if you don't want to enter any value, then just go to click on auto fit row height. So if you click on it, it will automatically adjust the row height. Okay, row height means this thing. Okay, column height means this, width you can say column width. Okay, I am clicking on format again and I am clicking here auto fit column width. So if I click on here, then it will adapt the text size of this table automatically. Okay, so this is now visible for you. This table is totally visible for you, and hence we have completed our first task, which is adjust the height, and we will change the thing here. What will change? We'll go to drop down and we'll say completed, and it's completed. Okay, now our next task is write client name in lowercase. Now where is the client? So this is client and we need to write his name in lowercase. For that, what we'll do, firstly we'll insert one column over here. Okay, on right hand side. Okay, and then there is one formula to convert this capital letters into small letters. For that I will write the formula which is lower. Okay, this is your lower. You need to select the cell, complete the bracket and enter. Okay, so you can see it's in lower format now. Okay, so write a client name in lowercase, and this is also completed. Okay. Now I'll tell few things. So if you want to lower this text, you can write in lower function, or if you want to make lower function into capitalization, then simply what you can do, you can use one more formula which is equal to, which is upper. Okay, and select the lower text. It will convert to upper format, or upper, it will change the capitalization to upward. Okay, now let's drag this formula down. Okay, you can double click on this, or you can simply drag it down like this. So like this you can format your client name. Okay, now you can see here it's not a text value, it's a formula. So for that, what we'll do, you'll select everything. You'll click on Command C on Mac. If you have Windows, then what you can do, you can select your column, and then you can click on Control C, and to remove this formula, will do what function will do, we'll click on Command Shift and V. okay. And if you are on Windows, then you will click Control Shift V, okay. One more thing, I have explained this, okay. For example, I am copying this, then what you can do, you just select here, paste special, and go to values only, okay. This I have taught you guys in first lection, okay. So you can see here the formula is gone and this is pure text, okay. Now what you can do, just copy this title, click here, and you can delete your old column. Yeah, so our second task is completed. We have removed the uppercase and it's now in lower cases, okay. Now we'll see our next tag is remove parentheses from your client name. Now what is parenthesis? So this is parenthesis, which is your bracket, okay. Whatever it is there in bracket, you need to remove including the bracket. So for that, what you'll do, you'll select all the text which is client column. Then for that you can just go here, find and select, you can click here, okay, and you can just go to replace, okay, or you can control F. If you click on control F or your command F, you will find here one option, find. So you need to go to replace, find and replace, okay. Find is to, if you have 1000 of rows and if you want to find some values, you want to go to that value, you can click on find. But for replace is the function which will find as well as replace the thing. So we can see here, so this is find, okay. We need to remove the parentheses and whatever the text is there. So I'm writing, this is your bracket, open bracket, round open bracket, and here I am writing star. So what is the meaning of this? So basically, let me complete this function. So this is your, you can see here, this is your bracket open, this is your bracket complete. So whatever it is there, whether it's a bracket having nothing or having some text which is star means everything under this bracket should be there, and we need to replace that with some text, okay. So what is that text? That text will be replace means if you want to delete everything, then you will not write anything here, it will be blank. But if you want to write, let's say 100, then you will do this and you will click on replace all. So it will replace your text, whatever it is there in bracket, with 100. But if you don't want to do that, if you want to keep only, let me undo it, okay. So what we will do, control F, okay, so what we'll do, we'll control F, okay, then we'll write this double star, and we don't want to replace this text with anything, then we'll click on replace all, okay. So you can see your all brackets are gone now, okay. So this is your function which is done, and whatever you wanted to do, it has done. So you can just select here, okay, you can go and click and you can click on complete it. So these things are done till time, okay. Now we'll go to this clean the context cells. Now what are your context cells? So you can see here, so I'm adding here because we need to clean this. So you can see here there are lots of white spaces here before this text, okay, in between also. So what we'll do, we'll use the function which is trim. We have learned about trim. So whenever we need to remove white spaces, we'll use function trim, okay. So I'm clicking here, enter, and drag this formula down, and this is your answer, okay. So to remove again, I will copy this and control shift V, and this will give me a answer, okay. So what has changed here, whatever the white spaces were there, all removed, it will keep only one white space, okay, if it is between two text, okay. And this is your for proper formatting. Now this is only removing the space, but if you want to know if your contact, whatever it is name, it should have your first letter of any word should be capital, not all the words. So here it's very random, okay. So here you can say it's KEN, it's Kane, okay. So it should have only K as capital, not other things, okay. So for that we'll use one more formula, okay. So I'm writing here. So we have learned about upper and lower. Now third formula is proper, okay. So if you click on proper, if you click on the text and if you click on enter, so it will give you a proper format, okay. And if you drag it down, it will give you a proper names, okay. So this usually will be helpful whenever you want to show the name or anything which has first letter as a capital. Okay, so this is your context. So I'm clicking here, clicking over here, and I'm deleting the old cells. Okay, and this has completed. Now you have clear the context cells also. Okay, so you can click on complete it. Now next is separate department and region. So you go to your department. So you can see here you need to separate your region with from the department. Okay, now department, you can say cloud tech is a department, Texas is your region. Okay, now how you can remove? So you can see here all this things are having underscore between your department name and the region name. For that we'll use one function which is split. Okay, what we'll do, we'll select everything. Okay, we'll go to data. Okay, here we'll go to split text to the columns. Okay, and here you can see it's already auto selected. So here you can see cloud and text Texas is separated. Here new strategy and New York is separated. So here we don't want this because it's splitting on the basis of space. You can see here it's space on the basis of space if you click on space, but we don't want to use space, we want to use underscore. So we'll click on custom, and if you write here underscore, then it will split your column. Okay, and if you click on apply, so it will automatically split your columns. Okay, and here it is department and here is your region, but it has override your payment column. Okay, so to avoid that, what we'll do, we'll do Control Z. Okay, we'll enter one column here, and then we'll select here, okay, our department. Okay, a department and our region, then we'll go to text split, then here custom underscore and apply. Okay, whenever you will do that, it will enter the value in next column. Okay, and here we'll write region. So this is also done. Okay, you have separated your department from department name and region successfully. So in this way you have separated your department and region successfully. Okay, so this is also a done task. Okay, now next is add NA in blank spaces. For that, what you will do, you will select your column. Okay, then you go to your filter. Okay, this is the filter option. Here you can see wherever you can see this icon, which is filter. Okay, this is filter icon. Now whenever you want to select the blanks, so whenever you will select the blank, here you will see blank option at a start only. Okay, there is no blank here. Then department, there is no blank. Then region, there is no blank. Payment, yeah, it is blanks is there, so you will select all. Okay, you will unselect all, then you will click on blanks, and this is blank. Now you know you need to put NA. Okay, this you can do like this. Okay, then you can release your column. Okay, you can select all again, it will show you whole table. Then you check with revenue, there are some blanks, click on this and write NA. Okay, and select all. Okay, again check your profit, don't have any blank. Check your profit margin column, it is not having any blank. Okay, now you can remove this filter. In this way you have completed this thing also. Okay, just click on completed and these things are also closed. Now last two things are there, which is replace error with NA and format the table. To replace the NA, to replace the errors with NA, it is very easy. So this value, this error will show whenever you are using formula somewhere. So these are not anything where we are using formulas in first few row columns, but whenever it will be a calculation, it will show you error. This is value means error. Okay, because this is having NA, and if you calculate something with NA, it will show you error. So for that we'll use one formula which we have learned, which is if error. Okay, so we'll click here, and if we write if error, okay, this is the formula. Then value means whatever we want to calculate, that one, and value if error. If this value is error, then we'll write. Okay, and give double inverted comma here. Okay, and this is NA, and just drag it down, and your formula is showing NA here, and it got replaced. Okay, so in this way you can replace your errors with NA. You need to just use your if error formula here, whatever value it is there and what you want in the replacement. So instead of NA you can put 0 also. It's your choice to whatever you want to show. Okay, in this way you will clean this data. Okay, and this task is also completed. Now last point is format table. So simple, it's very simple. You can just select your table whatever it is there. Okay, then you just go to format as a table, and from here you can select format as table. Now it will show you my table has headers. So if your table is having headers which are there, then you can tick this box and click on OK. If you don't have it, then you untick this box. Right now I am having the headers, that's why I'm keeping it. Okay, and here you can see it is showing you as a table format. Okay, from now you can change things from here. You can give borders. Okay, if you want to change the color, you can change the colors from here. Okay, like this you can do whatever you want. Okay, you want medium, if you want to full dark, you can convert this. Okay, so in this way you can do this thing. Okay, and this arrow is showing you that there is a filter, so you can remove filter from here. Just go to sort and filter and click on filter, it will remove the filter, and this is your table which is properly formatted. Okay, one more thing, you can sort your revenue or whatever you want to sort on the basis of this. Okay, so you just click on filter. Okay, now if you want to sort your things, so for example here, first of all let me change the color of this thing, because it is having black color, it's not visible properly. For example, if you want to sort this table on the basis of profit, then I'll click here. These are the two things that you can do, which is one is sort smallest to largest. So wherever you will get smallest profit, it will come here, and if you click on largest to smallest, then it will sort your table on the basis of profit. Wherever it is higher, it will show at top. Okay, so these are some important functions that we have learned about data analytics in Excel. Okay, this has completed now. Okay, all this task we have completed, and you can sort your table, you can remove your filter from here, and this is your final view. Okay guys, I hope you understood each and everything about the Excel data cleaning. In next lecture we are going to see about charts, and next lecture will be your last lecture of data analytics series, and in that we are going to learn what kind of charts we can draw in Excel, and we'll learn each and everything about it. Okay, so see you in next lecture. Thank you for watching this video. Thank you. Hello everyone, hope you are doing well. Welcome to Data Analytics full course, and this is the last lecture for the Excel, and we are going to wrap up our Excel for data analytics over here. Now in this lecture we are going to see all types of charts, and we are going to cover all 12 types of charts. Under the 12 types of charts there will be multiple variations. So if I talk about variations, there will be 3 types of charts. First will be your cluster charts, second will be your stack charts, and third will be your 100% stack chart. And all these charts I am going to explain you in this lecture, so stay tuned for it. So watch this lecture till the end. Okay, so let's get started. Whatever PPT and the Excel sheet I am using, everything will be there. The link is given into the description. You can go there, download and start practicing. So we have almost 12 charts that we are going to see. Few will be important, where we'll mark that this chart is important, you should know each and everything about it, and few will be like optional. If some data is demanding that chart, then you can draw that chart. You can take a help of ChatGPT also if you are getting stuck, or you can watch tutorial specific to that chart. But yeah, we are going to cover all these charts and types. Okay, so don't worry about it. Okay, so let's start with it. So first let's understand what type of charts are there. So you can see here there are almost 12 types of charts that I have mentioned here. First is your column, second is line, scatter, pie, bar, statistical, then combo is there, means column plus line, then area will be there, hierarchical, waterfall, radar and funnel. So these are 12 types, but in all 12 types there will be 3 types of charts that we are going to see. Means 12 threes is almost 36. Okay, so all types of charts that we are going to see, but obviously we are not going to see each and every charts 3 type. We are going to see every chart, but I'll explain what are the 3 types that you can see in each and every chart. Okay, so let's get started. So this is the slide that you need to understand properly. First of all, there are 3 types of charts for each chart. So this is the example of bar chart. You can see here there is a first chart which is cluster chart. Okay, second is stack chart, and third is 100% stack chart. Now let's see the visual difference between these charts. First is, you can see we have data for new and old like categories over here. Okay, we are comparing 2 categories, one is new and second is one is old. Okay, here also it's old and new, and here is also old and new. Okay, so data is same for all 3 chart. I am showing this example to you to understand what is cluster chart, what is stack chart, and what is 100% stack chart. Okay, now you can see here is it's comparison for Jan, where you can see here new and this is old. So you can see very clearly that what is the contribution of new and what is the contribution of old for month of January. So cluster chart, what it do, it compares multiple categories side by side. So you can see here your category, which is your new and old, you can compare here side by side. Okay, also if I clear this all these things, then you can compare your Jan new with Feb new, with March new, with April new, with May new. So you can see this is your graph kind of thing. Okay, that you can see here, and you can compare those values in your cluster chart. Okay, similarly you can compare the value of old also. Here it is for Jan, this is for Feb, this is for March, April and May. Okay, so you can compare this value also. Okay, so this is compares multiple categories side by side, plus each value is shown independently. So you can see here for example, let's take an example for Feb. You can see new is about 20,000 and the old is around 38,000. So these 2 values are showing independently. Okay, so this is most commonly used chart by analysts as a cluster chart. Okay, so cluster chart will be very important, and we are going to see all cluster charts for all 12 categories. Okay, now let's talk about stack chart. Okay, so stack chart, what it shows total value. Okay, so you'll add old versus new and it will show you single value. Okay, now you can see here it is around 40,000 and this is around 10,000. So 40 plus 10 is 50,000. So it is showing you total 50,000. Okay, so it will sum up and it will show a single value for the Jan. You cannot compare categories over here. Okay, but you can see what is the contribution of category. Now how, we'll see. Okay, so see your Jan you can see this is contributed 50,000 for from old and new, but you can see here the comparison. This old is very small, but the new is very big. Okay, so contribution from the new cells is very high, contribution of old cells is very low. Okay, same here you can see for Feb, your contribution from old is high and the contribution of new is less. Okay, so this is the comparison of individual contribution by category. Okay, so this is the use of it. Okay, usually we don't use this kind of charts, but yeah, you should know each and everything about it. Now let's talk about 100% stack chart, and this is used by multiple people and I have also used this. So whenever you want to compare 3+ categories, you will use this problem. You will use this thing. Okay, so this is 100% stack chart. Now what is happening, they are equalizing all the values to 100%. Now this shows in percentage, so every bar is equal to 100%, you can see here, and shows the percentage contribution. So let's say for example this is your data. Okay, now you can see here absolute value, that Jan old value is contribution to 10,000, but you want to see the trend. What is the trend of old cells? So for that, this chart is very important. You can see here it was around 25%, then it increased to 75%, then it reduced to almost 10%, then it increased to 15%, again it's 10%. So here you can see the trend of this thing. Okay, here you cannot see the percentage change, so for that we'll use 100% stack chart. So 3 charts are there, 3 are important. Whenever you want to like use that, you can use that, but mostly we'll use cluster chart only. Okay, now let's go to first chart, which is column chart. So you can see this is the column chart, and this is important. Okay, whatever the chart will be important, will mark as important here. Okay, now this compares value across the categories. So for example, you have this category, month wise category. If you want to compare month wise thing, then your month will be on x-axis. Okay, also it shows different value between items, month wise, product wise, or revenue wise. You can compare anything. For example, you have here TV, mobile phones, then you have your tablet. Okay, then you have some headphones. Okay, so you can compare the sales of each and everything. It can be a month, so you can see here it's about month. Okay, then you can check product wise revenue also. Okay, so it will be multiple things that you can check with it. This is very common, you have learned this in 5th standard, so I don't want to explain this thing, but yeah, you can use this. Okay, and this is axis on chart, so you will be having 2 axes. This is your y-axis and this is your x-axis. Okay, and you can show 2 plus parameters, means you can see 1 also. Okay, so for example, this is sales, you can show 2-3 parameters. So we have seen this in this, so here 2 parameters were there, so same chart we are using there. Okay, you can show third also here. Okay, it's your choice. If you have third option, you can show that. Okay, now let's go to Excel sheet and just perform the task, and we'll explain each and everything. Okay, so before going that, I want to show you the variation of these charts. So this is your cluster chart. Okay, you can see 3 values we have compared here. Cluster chart means simple chart here. Then your stack chart, here you can compare your categories contribution. Okay, this is stack chart and this is 100% stack chart. So from this you can check the trend. For example, the trend for the total sales is almost equal to, trend for the old sales is up, here going up, down, 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 up, up, up. Okay, so from last 3 months this trend is same. Okay, for the new sales it is different. Okay, it's going down, up, 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 then it's down, down, down. Okay, so in this 100% stack you can check the trend, and for the stack you can check the contribution, and for this you can check the category wise view. Okay, you can compare your categories. Okay, so I hope you understood each and everything. Let's go to our Excel sheet and let's draw some chart. So to draw the chart, it's very simple. I already have one table here. Okay, you can simply create a chart. So this table is there, and I already created 3 types of charts. You can see here clustered, stack, and 100% stack. Now let's draw first graph. So for that, what you want to do, first of all, select whatever you want to do. Okay, now I want to just compare total sales month on month, and I want to draw a chart for it. So I'll go to insert. Okay, then I have multiple options over here. So for that I am going into column, and in column there are 3 options again. So first is clusters column. Okay, you can see here. Second is stack column, and third will be 100% stack column. So I'm inserting this clustered column. If I'm clicking on this, it will insert one chart over here. Okay, now you can see here the values are already selected, and this will be your total sales chart. Okay, you can see you can edit this chart very easily. If you double click on this, this thing will open. Okay, you can go to data. From here you can see your data source is B2 to C10. So this is your B2, which is month cell, and C10 is your 70,000. So you have selected this area, that's why it's showing here this area. Okay, so you can see here horizontal axis label and column value. You can see B3 to B10. B3, which is your Jan, B10 is your August. This is your horizontal value. So you can see here, this is your horizontal value. Okay, and the column values, which is vertical, is your total sales column. So this is total sales column. Okay, so Excel is that smart, it will automatically detect your column headers and it will choose it. Okay, now from here you can change the title, chart title. So it is mentioned here total sales. I am adding here one word, which is trend. Okay, so this is your total sales trend, and it has changed here. Okay, and title position you can change overlay, then you can change to above. Okay, so overlay means it will come here, or you can change it. Okay, you can drag it, you can change it according to your convenience, like this. Okay,
Then let's talk about other stuff. First is you can change the font and other thing is there. You want to change, you can change field legend. Okay, these are things here there. Now let's talk about the main things, which is legend. Okay, now what is legend? So you can see here total cell, it is showing total cell here. Let me explain this thing with the multiple data points. So this is total cells new and old. Okay, now if I'm going to legend, okay, you can show, if I turn it off, this thing will go off. Okay, this thing will go off. Let me zoom it a little bit. So if I turn it on, this legend will come again. Okay, here, and you can change the value of it, you can change the position of it, not value. Okay, you can change the font again from here, and you can change the positions. For example, it's right, I can put it in top, I can put it in bottom also. Okay, bottom, left, right, and top right. Okay, so these are the option which is available here. You can use according to your convenience, whatever you like, you can use in that way. Now next is our vertical axis. Vertical axis is simple. This is your vertical axis, which is 10,000 to 80,000. You can change the gap of, okay, you can change the gap, everything you can change. Okay, so it's very easy. It is increasing the gap width between this column. I will recommend you to keep it whatever it is there by default, so that it will be very easy to identify your month wise data. Okay, next is tick marks. So you can change tick marks inside, outside. So you can see tick marks are these things. Okay, you can see here, this you can change. If I am keeping inside, it's turning into inside, but I am keeping on none. Same for the vertical thing, you can change. Okay, and label positioning again you can change to low, high, whatever it is there, it's changing to up. Okay, high side or lower side. Okay, higher side or lower side means this is our axis, this is our axis and values. If you want to shift it to higher side, higher means upside, then you can go, otherwise you can keep it to none. Okay, none means it will go up, but we want it, so we'll keep it at low, because we always have learned about it, it should be at bottom. Okay, so these are the option you will get here. Let's close for horizontal axis, same for vertical axis, but here you can you can change the axis. Okay, axis value, for example, I don't want 80,000 in my value, because there is no value which is touching 80,000. I want to keep it as 70,000. Okay, so if I am clicking on 70,000, if I am clicking on enter, it will change the value. See, now this August value is touching to top bar, so you can change from here. Okay, I am keeping it as it is, which is 80,000. Okay, so in this way you can do it. Major units, minor units, you can change the gap between the units. Okay, this units you can change the gap. Okay, right now it's 10,000, you can keep it 5,000 also. For example, if I am putting 5,000, so it will change, it will add more values over here. Okay, but right now I am keeping 10,000. Okay, so in this way you can change multiple things from here. Again, I am telling you most important things. Measure grid lines. So grid lines means these lines, you can remove those lines also. Okay, and in this way you can format your chart. Okay, one more thing I want to tell you, for example, if you want to change the color of this, you can simply go to here and you can change the color of your whatever graph you want to change color. Okay, you can change the color, whatever you want to change, you can just click on it and you can change it. One more thing, you can show the data label for each and every chart. Means, for example, this value for this is 70,000, you can show 70,000 over here. Just need to turn on your data labels and it will show you. So this is your data table. Okay, it will show you the table of your values, whatever order is there for the bar. For example, it is 70,000, so 70,000 will come first, then it is 40,000, so 40,000 will come later, and third is 30,000, it will come later. Okay, so in this way you can check your things. Plus, if you want to show your data label, now data table is the table which will show you, but if you want to show the data table, data labels, then what you can do, just click on your any series and just go here and click on data labels. It will show you data labels here. Okay, similarly you can do for other stuff also. Data labels, you can turn it on. Okay, and in this way you can see, you can change the size of your data labels. Okay, for example, I am keeping here 8. So in this way you can draw your data table with chart. Okay, now let's talk about the, if you want to insert three things in one chart, then what you can do, simply you need to select your chart, then go to insert. Okay, and click on your column chart, and this is your column chart, which is cluster chart you are selecting, and in this way you can create your multiple categories chart. Okay, one more thing, if you want to opt out for only two values, you can select this much and you can go to insert chart. If you want to, for example, month versus new only you want to create a chart, then you just select that table by clicking on command value. Okay, and go to insert and click on column. Okay, column, and this, so it will show you only a month versus new sales value, and you can draw the graph accordingly. Okay, whatever chart you want to do, you can do that. Okay, and one more method I am going to tell you. If for example you are creating multiple chart, just click here. Okay, for example I want to clear let's delete this chart. Okay, we have formatted one chart, which is this one. Okay, I'm taking this one. Now for example I want to create same chart for the new one. So what I'll do, copy, Control C, Control V. Okay, I have copied this. I will go to data, and here B2 to C10 it is there. So what I'll do, I'll just click on here. Okay, I will erase this and I will select month and new. Okay, and I'll click on enter here. Okay, now it is showing us this month versus new, and here you can change the like your sales, instead of total it will be new sales trend. Okay, and this will be your new graph. So you can just copy paste it and change the value whatever you want to do, and in this way you can create multiple columns. Similarly, if you want to create, for example, I am showing one more thing. I am selecting this table, going to insert and going to column. In column I have three options, so I am selecting this stack column, so I'll get stack column. Again, if I am going to insert and if I am clicking on column and go to here, it will give 100% stack column. Okay, so in this way it's very easy how you can create your chart. It's very easy, it's very simple. Just need to select the table and click on insert your chart. Okay, I hope you understood each and everything about column chart. Now let's talk about next chart. Okay, next chart is line chart. Now this line chart is very simple. Line chart will show you the trend of your values. Okay, so line chart will use this is most important again. Okay, as a data analyst you should know this thing. So it will show trend over time. So this will be, for example, your values versus your time limit or time axis. Okay, so you can see here Jan, Feb, March, April, this is date and times. So this is your times, and these are your sales values. Okay, so this will be values versus time always. Okay, identify upward and downward movement. Just to understand how this sales is behaving, for that we'll draw the line chart. In line chart also you'll find multiple things, which is your first is your clustered, second one is stack, and third one is 100% stack. Okay, simple, same thing, same logic will be here. Here you can see in 100% stack it will be 100% stack. In stack it will be category versus category. Okay, here you can check the contribution of your category. Okay, and in line it will be a simple trend that we want to check for each category. Here you can clear category, you can check your category wise comparison. Okay, here also you can check category wise comparison, but whenever you will draw the line chart, please prefer this line chart. Okay, this tag one will not give you accurate data because it is not that applicable, or will not, I never created any data point where it is tag for line chart. Okay, because it will not show you trend. For example, this is total sales trend. Okay, you can see it's total sales trend. You can see absolute value over here. It's not correct trend it is showing us. Okay, right now almost same, but it's not correct. Okay, will not be able to get it. For example, you can see here your old sales. Okay, old sale is green value, is showing accurate mapping over here, but if you see here old line is not that accurate. Okay, because it is a comparison of old with old. So for example, old in January was 1 lakh, and here old has increased to 1 lakh 40, but
here it was old was around 10,000 and here old is around 30,000. So this is accurate for absolute value. This is, you know, it's only comparison of that category with that category. Okay, so this is the use of this line chart. Okay, now let's see example. How can you draw? It's simple. You need to just select it. Okay, just go to insert and click on the line chart. Okay, here are multiple options. So first is your line chart that we have seen here. Okay, this is your line chart, same thing. Okay, what is second option? Let me explain you. So this is your stack chart. This is your 100% stack line chart, and this will be with the markers. Now if you see here, it's markers, and if I want to, let's go to this thing. So this was our simple line chart. Okay, clustered one. Now I'm selecting this table again and going to insert. Okay, line, and here I'm going to select line chart with the markers. So you can see here pointers, small pointers. Okay, these pointers are nothing but the markers. Okay, that's the only difference. You can draw stack also, and stack with markers, line with marker. Okay, then you can draw 100% stack and 100% stack with the markers. Okay, so it will save your time. That's the only purpose of giving markers thing. So it will highlight the point. Okay, this is also one of the important chart that we are going to see. Okay, third is your scatter chart. It's not that important. It's only used for the relationship between two numeric values. Okay, you can see here, show relationship between two numeric values, correlation analysis, study hours versus score. So we have taken the example here where we have study hours. So what was our study hours? Okay, so when it was 8 hours, then we got 92 marks in science, and in maths we got 80%. Okay, so these are some marks with the hours of study relation. This is one kind of study you can do, and for that, if you want to compare, then this is your chart. So whenever you are doing 7 hours of study, so this is your marks for maths. Okay, around 75, and this is your 90 marks for science. Okay, so this is the only use of this correlation, and you can plot multiple. You can plot 1 also, you can plot 2 plus also. Okay, you can plot 100 of lines over here, but it should be readable. That's the only condition. And it will have again x-axis. This is your x-axis and this is your y-axis. The best thing about this chart is both is having numeric values. Okay, so whenever you have two numeric values, you will use this chart. Okay, so earlier it was Jan, Feb, March. It was a time versus the value. Here it's value versus value. Okay, again it's a time only, but value versus value. You can add your numeric value also. For example, you don't have study of hours, you can add something which is for example time taken to write an exam, or you can write here any other number. Okay, so this number versus this number, it will give you this chart. Okay, now how to like insert the chart for this? For example, study hours versus science score. Just go to insert, go to your scatter plot. Okay, you can click here, so it will give you only dots. So we have draw here only dots thing. Then if you click on these lines, it will give you lines. Okay, so this is your line chart. Okay, it will give you dots plus lines. If you go to again, I want to select this. Okay, if I go to insert, then if I go to scattered, here it will give you markers. Okay, so with this is without marker, this is only line. Okay, now if you want to compare two parameters with the study hours, which is science course and math course, you will select everything. You will go to insert, you will click on the line or the whatever it is there, you will click on the scattered, and if you want dots only, you can select dots. If you want dots with lines, then you can select this one. Okay, and it will give you same chart which given here. Okay, so this is the use of scatter chart. Now let's go to our most important chart, which is pie chart. So whenever you are comparing something which is in percentage, if you want to show the contribution, then the pie chart is most important thing. For example, I always present this data to my manager or to my senior ones, where we'll show the usage of our website visits in 3 parts. First is your mobile phone, second one is your laptop or your web screen,
and third one is your tablet. Even if you see YouTube Analytics, it will show you 3 variations. So you can draw a pie chart on the basis of this thing. Okay, whenever you have 100% contribution or 100% value, you can see what is the contribution of that with the this. We can see that in our this also 100% stack one. Okay, for example, if you want to see the trend plus contribution, then you will use 100% stack. But if you have simple like this, if you have for example expense category and amount, and this is your 100% what you are spending, and this is your categories, then you can draw the chart like this. This is the contribution. This is not period or peer comparison. That's why we are not drawing 100% stack chart. Okay, so we'll use the pie chart. So in pie chart also, though, 2 types of options are there. First is pie and second is donut. Okay, now donut, what is, if you cut this chart from this, then it will show you in donut chart. Okay, not, there is no difference, everything is same. If you can see 10% here, 10% here, 5% here, 5% here, this is the majority, which is 30%, so this is 30%. Okay, no change, everything is same. Again, here only 2 axes will be there. First is your percentage and second one will be your travel. Actually there is no axis in chart because it's circular, but there are 2 parameters you can show on chart. First is your value and second is your category. This is value and this is your category, so you can compare those 2 categories here. Okay, now let's see on the chart how can you draw this. So this is very simple table. You will go, I will select this, you will go to insert and you will click on either pie chart or the donut chart. If you click on pie chart, it will be here, it will draw a pie chart. Okay, and if you select same here, if you go to insert, okay, pie and donut, it will clear a donut chart. You can customize this by double clicking. You can change everything over here. Title you can change, legend you can change, and amount you can change. Okay, you can change the color of the pie also. For example, I am double clicking here, you can change the color from here. I am making it black, so it can change to black. Okay, so you can change that thing also. Now if you want to change the color of this slice, so what you can do, you just double click or you just click on it, left click and click on the color, so you can change color from here. Okay, so like this you can change the color for whole chart, or if you want to change slice color, then you can double click here and you can change the color like this. Okay, so it will help you to change the color. Same thing is there in Google Sheet, you can change everything. Okay, so in this way you can draw your pie chart. Now next is your bar chart. So here bar chart same as a column chart. If you can see, column chart will be your like this. Okay, this will be your column chart. Bar chart will be like this. Okay, so compare with categories with long names and horizontal comparison. That's the only thing. So whenever you have very long names, then you can use this. But if you can see this, our column chart, see the long name is not there, it's very small, 3, 4, 5 characters are there, not more than that. But whenever you have long categories, for example this operations, finance, IT and this thing, then you will use this bar chart. That is the only difference. Okay, now I'll show this difference to you on our Excel sheet. For example, I am selecting table over here. I am going to insert. I am going to insert column chart. Okay, so see, it is showing us column chart like this. Okay, so you can see these names are getting very close to each other, although these are the department's name only, it's not any long name. But yeah, whenever you will find some long name, you will not use this chart. Instead of that, what you'll do, you'll select this. Okay, you'll go to insert, you will go to a bar chart. Okay, and in bar chart you will select your value, so it will show you like this. So no matter how long your value is, it will be very clear. That's the only difference between your bar chart and column chart. Okay, everything rest is very simple. Also you can change here from here. For example, if I'm going bar, you can change to stack bar. Okay, it will stack it. Or if you want to go with your 100% stack bar, you can change it accordingly. Okay. Okay, whatever examples we are seeing here, the link will be link of this sheet will be in description. You can go there and download. Okay, next is statistical chart histogram. Okay, this will cluster the data. That's the only thing of this histogram. So what it will do, it will cluster the data. So this will analyze to distribution. For example, we have seen the variations, okay, variations of values in the our last lecture of statistical. So here same statistical chart is there, and it will show you how many values are there in a group. Okay, and this is one kind of distribution it will show you. For example, you have 100 values. Out of 100 values, how many values are falling between 0 to 25? How many values are falling between 26 to 50? How many values are falling between 51 to 75? How many values are falling between 76 to 100? This will show you distribution, and this is the graph we are going to use. Identify spreads, outlier and variation. Whatever you used to find is standard variation, standard deviation, it will show you over here. Okay, now we have example here. We have marks, and we want to show this in outliers. How many outliers are there? What is the value of falling there? How many students are there, for example, who are having lesser marks and higher marks? So whenever you will click here, okay, you will select this, and if you click on histogram chart, it will show you. Now what is it is showing? For example, it is showing 35 to 45, 6 students are there. In 45 to 55, 7 students are there. Between 55 to 65, 5 students are there. Between 65 to 75, 5 students are there. 75 to 85, 4, and 85 to 95, 1 student is there. Okay, as this is drawn from the Excel sheet, I will show you over there directly. Now we have marks of almost 30 students. Out of the 30 students, we want to see what is the grouping over here. So you can see 6 students are there, which is between 35 to 45. Now I'll select this. I'll show you how you can draw this chart. So I have selected this. I'll go to insert, and I will go here to statistical. In statistical, again you have found histogram. Histogram is a line chart, and this one is a box and whisker. So these two we don't need it, so we need only statistical. So I'm clicking on statistical, and from here you can see this is your statistical graph. The one which I already draw here, it's a like I have edited it, so you can edit it. For example, if you double click on it, you can go to chart title, legend, and another thing. You can go to horizontal axis, so gap width you can increase. So if you increase the gap width, it will show you like this. So for example, I am keeping like this. Okay, so there is a gap between two. Then here you can change the measure type and minor type. Everything you can change here. Then let's go to vertical. So minimum is 0 and maximum is 12. So minimum is 0, maximum is 12. So this is 0 and this is 12. You can increase this value from here. Okay, like this you can change the things from vertical. Series marks is also there, so you can show here. Everything is there. Now let's talk about horizontal things. So most important thing in this chart is how you can change these values. Okay, so this value you can easily change. Now you can see here, you can change the grouping. For example, if you see this whole chart, it is having value between 35 to 45. This is 45 to 50. Then it is having 55 to 65. Then it is having 65 to 75. Like this you can change for this value, this chart also. Okay, how you can choose? So you just select it, go to series and marks. Okay, and here you can see bins. Okay, go to bins and bin width. And bin width you can select 10. Okay, if you select 10, so it will show you 35 to 45, because your marks is starting from 35. Nobody is below than 35. That's why your marks is in 35. 35 to 45, 10. 45 to 55, 10. You can make it 20 also. Okay, like this you can change the bin width. Okay, I am making it 10. So it will give you same like this one. Okay, so here it is there. Okay, so it's very simple. You can turn on the data labels also. You can see the data labels here. Okay, so in this way you can draw your statistical chart, which is histogram. Now let's go to next combo chart, which is your column and line. This is most important one. It will be always there to just compare your values with another value. For example, this is sales value and this is profit percentage. You want to compare this sales value. So this is your sales value, which is 40,000, 50,000. And your profit percentage is this 10, 12, 14, 15, 16, 18, 20, 22. Okay, so if you want to show this, you need to just go to your chart sheet. Okay, just go to your values, you select it, you will go to insert and you will go to your combo chart. In combo chart again 3 things are there. First is your clustered combo chart, second is your clustered line secondary axis, and third one is your column clustered. So same thing I'll explain you. First is this one. Okay, now you can see your line is not visible, so your line should be, you will change this setting. I'll tell you what you need to do. So what you need to do, for example, you have two things here, sales and profit. Now your sales value is in 40-50,000 like this, but your this line chart line, which is your profit 1%, is not showing because it's in percentage, right? Percentage means 0.1, 2, 3 like this, and it is in 1000. So what you need to do, you just to select your chart, you just go to data, and in data you will find multiple values. For example, here there are two things, which is your sales and profit. Now your profit is not visible because your sales value is very high, so you'll go to profit, you will click on this drop down and you will select it as a secondary axis. So because it is secondary axis, it will show you actual comparison. So in this way you can draw your chart of combo. You can change the things from here. For example, you want to show it as a stack column, you can show like that, but I will keep it like a line, so it will show us a comparison. So in this way you can draw this chart also. It is again simple. Just need to remember that whenever your second value, whatever it will be, it is, if it is small, then just select your axis as a secondary axis, so it will put it and a secondary axis. Okay, that's the only hack over there. Okay, now let's go to next, which is your area chart. Before that, I want to show you one more thing. For example, if you want to select this one, you'll go to insert, and there are multiple options over there in this combo chart also. So I'm selecting this one, which is our stack area. If I'm clicking on the stack area, it will show us area. Okay, again if I go to profit and if I'm clicking on this, which is clustered, okay, it will show us this. I put it on secondary axis, which is profit. Now it is showing this thing. Okay, so the difference is only here it is showing the bar or column, and here it is showing us area. Okay, that's the only difference. Okay, there is no other difference over there. Okay, now next is our area chart. Only same thing, just trend line, whatever trend line you are drawing over here, it will fill with the color, and we'll use this for area chart. Okay, now what it do, so it does compare values across the categories. This is the first thing it is doing. Second is show difference between item, month wise sales, product wise revenue. It's same, not that much difference. Mostly we'll use this data for showing daily active users on app, monthly active users on app. This is most important chart for that parameter. Okay, now let's understand with the Excel sheet. So area chart we have very simple. So we have week on week, and we have active users and inactive users. I'm selecting this, going to insert and clicking on other charts, and here I can see area charts. So this is your area chart, this is your stack area, and this is your 100% stack area. So I'm clicking on area chart. Okay, and it will give you chart like this, same chart that I have drawn over here. We reduce the size of it, it will be same, right? This is same chart that I have drawn here. Okay, so in this way you can chart, you can select your chart and you can draw it. You can change it to 100% stack also, it will show you 100% stack. You can select to only stack area, then it will show you a stack, which is I have written over here. Okay, so I have given all the examples in this sheet. You can download this sheet from the description. Let's go to next chart, which is our hierarchical chart. So this is the one kind of a relational or tree map. It will show you the parent child relationship. So for example, let's take an example of this. So we have category, products and sales. Okay, so this is the category in electronics, there is mobile, laptop and tablet, and this is the sales that we have done. Okay, so want to show this in the terms of parent child relationship. So see, show parent child relationship and category subcategory breakdown. So for example, we have electronics, this is the category, and subcategories mobile, laptop and tablet. Okay, want to show this one in one graph. So how we'll show? So we'll use hierarchical chart. Okay, so if you can see electronics, three things are there: electronics, laptop is there, mobile is there, tablet is there, and this box size is showing us sales value. So here you can see laptop is 60, here laptop is 60, then it will be a mobile 40, then it's mobile 40, and then it will be tablet 30, then it will be tablet 30. So this is the only chart which will show you parent child relationship. Okay, same thing you can use with this chart, which is this circular option, where you can see the furniture, electronics and clothes options are there. Under the electronics, laptop is there, mobile is there, tablet is there. Under the clothes, it's women's and men's clothes. Then in furniture, it's sofa, table and the chair. These three options are there. Okay, same you can see furniture, table, chair. In clothing, it's woman and men. Okay, so in furniture, sofa, table, chair, and in clothing, it's woman and men. So this is the only use of this chart. You can draw this chart very easily. Just go to your hierarchical tree map. So this is your table. Just go select. Okay, go to insert, other charts. In other charts, you select on this hierarchical chart. Okay, and it will create some same chart for you. Okay, if you go here other charts, if you want circle one, so it will create a circle one. Okay, so whatever you want, you can create according to that. Let's go to next one, which is your waterfall chart. This is important for the people who are working in finance domain, want to create a create a chart for the profit, cash flow or the balance sheet. Okay, for that we'll use this profit, cash flow, variance analysis, and step by step changes it will show us. So for example, this is opening account, which is 10,000. Then we have earn with 40,000, which is sales. Then 8,000 returns gone, marketing cost gone, salary gone, rent gone, tax gone, and closing balance is 75,000. Okay, so we have added closing balance as 75,000. So it will show you your opening balance was 0, then you added opening balance, which is 1 lakh, then you gain 40,000 rupees from sales, then minus 8,000, then minus 12,000, minus 20,000, minus 10,000, minus 15,000, and now you added 75,000. So this is your total balance, which is 1,50,000 will be your final balance. Okay, so for that, this will show you the graph. This is mostly we have seen in the stock market. Okay, so that's why I told you this will be used in cash flow and finance analysis. Okay, similarly you can draw this very easy. Again, maybe make sure that your values, some values will be in minus, so that you will see this pattern. If the values are in plus, then your graph will go up. Okay, so for example, we had a share which was 1 lakh rupees, then it increased to 40,000 rupees again, so value goes to 1,40,000. then it dropped to minus 8,000, then minus 12,000, then minus 20,000, minus 10,000, and minus 15,000. Okay, so it dropped throughoutly. So it will be like it dropped by almost minus 13,000. so it dropped from minus 30,000, again it increased to 75,000. so the final value will be 1,50,000. so in this way you can draw this waterfall chart. So you just need to select your table, that go to insert, other charts. In other charts you need to select the waterfall, and it will create a chart, which is this one. Okay, and this is your waterfall chart. Okay, so in this way you can draw your chart. Let's go to next chart. This is again important. Okay, waterfall chart, so you just need to practice it. Next is radar chart. It's not that important, good for analysis, especially in quality management, so we'll use this. So it's compare multiple metrics for one or more items, and this is performance comparison. So for example, we have this table which is having skill and score. So skills and score, so you can draw your graph. For example, you have your data analytics skills. So these are data analytics skills we are having, and where you are standing. So this is the score out of 10. Okay, for that we are measuring over here. You can see score. This is communication. So communication you got 7. Problem solving you got 9. Excel you have 9. In SQL you are 8. In statistics you are 8. In presentation you are 7. In Python you are poor, which is this is your 9, 8, 7, 6. In Power BI you are again 7. Okay, so like this you can compare your skills over here. So for that we'll use radar chart. Simple thing, how to draw it. Just go to your table, select it, go to insert, go to other charts, and click on your radar. So this is radar without markers, this with marker, and radar with the area. So if I click on area, so it will show you area. It will fill the your chart. Okay, like this. So in this way you can draw your charts, radar charts, by just selecting this table. Now let's go to our last one. Okay, And this is important one. Mostly in business funnel you need to like draw this graph. We'll draw this chart in our Power BI lectures also, so this is important. So basically the chart will be good whenever you will be having the values in funnel. Okay, this is your funnel. Okay, so V shape funnel, this is V shape. Okay, so your value, first value should be high, then little less, less. Here 10,000, 6,500, 5,000, 3,500, 2,200, 1,500, 800, and this will be your 300. Okay, like this is will work. So there is no axis on this. This is only a kind of idealization. Whenever you want to compare your values with some other values, you want to understand your business funnel, then you will use this. This is called as funnel chart only, so this will be applicable for only funnel. So this shows stage wise drop. So for example, if I clear this, so earlier it was 10,000, now it's dropped to 6,500. Okay, so it was 10,000 dropped to 6,500, which is almost 35% drop is there, minus 35%. So you can see how much drop is there. Okay, and you will use this in every pipeline, whether it's sales or business funnel, or you will use in hiring. For example, you had a 10,000 candidate. Now after screening round you selected 6,500, then out of that only 5,000 people appeared for interview, then 3,500 pass it, then second round, third round, fourth round, and this is the final round. Okay, for that you will use this funnel chart. Okay, I'll show you how can you draw this. Just go to your table, just click here. Okay, go to insert, go to your other charts and click on the funnel chart. Okay, this will show you your funnel chart. Okay, so in this way you can draw all your charts. Okay, these are most important charts, 12 charts which is there in Excel. You can draw each and every chart, you can practice each and everything. So guys, thank you for watching this video. This will be very helpful. If you are liking this video or subscribe to the channel, you will get all types of data analytics video on this channel.